Evening, everybody, and thanks for being here. We'll call this meeting of the PCBOA to order, please. I have a meeting procedure I'd like to read. All persons in attendance at Planning Commission Board of Adjustment meetings are expected to comply with the following meeting procedure. Thank you in advance for helping to make this a manageable meeting. Copies of the agenda item materials are available for public viewing at the table located in the back of the meeting room. These materials are not to leave the table, so others in attendance may also view them. Please turn phones to vibrator off during the meeting and conduct any sidebar conversations outside of the meeting room. Interruption or other interference with the orderly conduct of the PCBOA meeting will not be allowed. Defamatory or abusive remarks are always out of order. Disruptive persons will be removed from the meeting. The chair may terminate speaker's privilege of address if, after being called to order, the speaker persists in improper conduct or remarks. Written material concerning agenda items must be submitted to the Environmental Services Department by 3:30 p.m. on the Wednesday immediately prior to the meeting date. Written materials will not be accepted after this deadline or at the meeting because the PCBOA will not have had sufficient time to review them prior to the meeting. Such material must state the agenda item for which it is being submitted and the name and address of the submitting party. Planning Commission business is conducted first, followed by Board of Adjustment business. The chair will call the meeting to order and explain the meeting procedure. The chair will read each agenda item into the record and ask the applicants to come forward to the presenters table, state his or her name and address for the record, and explain his or her request. The PCBOA will then discuss the agenda item with the applicant. The chair will then ask for public comment on the agenda item. To facilitate an orderly, efficient meeting, there is a 3-minute speaking time limit per speaker per agenda item unless the chair allows the speaker additional time. The chair may terminate the speaker's privilege of address if, after being called to order, the speaker persists in improper conduct or remarks. When the chair recognizes the speaker, he or she may approach the audience podium and microphone, state his or her full name and address for the record, and write such on the speaker log, and then share his or her comments. The audience podium microphone must be used by the recognized speaker because the meeting is recorded. A member of the public may not donate his or her speaking time to another speaker. A speaker should state his or her comments and address the issue, not the applicants. All comments are directed toward the PCBOA. Please do not repeat comments already made by previous speakers. The chair reserves the right to ask a group with similar comments to appoint a spokesperson. If written comments have been submitted to the PCBOA, please do not read them aloud during the meeting, as they are already a part of the record and copies thereof have been given to the PCBOA. After everyone wanting to speak on an agenda item has done so, the chair will close the public comment period on the agenda item. No further public comment will be taken after this point. The chair will give the applicant an opportunity to address issues raised during public comment. The PCBOA will then continue its discussion on the agenda item, and the chair will entertain a motion on it. The PCBOA will make a motion to pass, deny, or table the item. Once a motion is made and seconded, the PCBOA will develop findings of facts for conditional use permit and variance applications and then vote on the motion. Once the vote is taken on the agenda item, the PCBOA will move on to the next agenda item. Meetings commence at 6 p.m. and continue until all agenda items have been heard or until 10 p.m. No new agenda items shall be considered after 9:45 p.m. The PCBOA, at its discretion, continue an item that is on the floor at 10 p.m. Any remaining agenda items shall be continued to another date or time, preferably the immediately following Tuesday at 6 p.m., and no further public notice will be provided for such a meeting continuation. The PCBOA, through the chair, may modify these procedures prior to a meeting or an agenda item. Thank you. With that, tonight, because it is the first meeting of the year, we do have an election of officers. We will be electing chair, vice chair, and secretary. With that, I would entertain a motion for...
This is Tim Johnson. I nominate Vice Chair Andrus for chair. Make the motion.
This is Ken. I'll second that.
Very good. We have a motion and a second to nominate Veronica. We're good with that? All right. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim. I vote aye.
Ken?
I vote aye.
Mike?
Mike, I vote aye.
Veronica?
Veronica, I vote aye.
And this is Larry. I also vote aye. So Veronica is our new chair.
Would you like me to continue?
Go.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, I would open up the floor for a nomination for vice chair at this time.
This is Larry. I nominate Tim.
Okay, thank you for the nomination. Any seconds?
This is Ken, I'll second it.
Okay, we have Tim as a nomination for vice chair made by Larry. Ken seconded the motion. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. Tim is the vice chair for 2026. And a nomination for secretary.
This is Mike, I vote for Ken.
Okay. Okay, we have a nomination for secretary for Ken made by Mike. Any seconds?
This is Larry, I'll second that.
Okay, and a second by Larry. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I guess I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
This is Larry, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. The officers have been elected. Moving on. Okay, the next item up on the agenda is going to be the Board of Adjustment and approval of the December 22nd, 2025 meeting minutes. Anybody have any questions or comments over the minutes?
This is Tim, I'll move to accept the approval of minutes for the December 22nd meeting.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Do I have a second?
This is Larry, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Tim to approve the December 22nd, 2025 meeting minutes. A second by Larry. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
Vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
This is Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
This is Veronica. I vote aye. Motion carries. Okay, moving on to, there's no old business, go right into new business. Variance application 65-V-25 by Bethany Bible Camp, lots 17 through 21, Bethany Beach, Section 4, Township 145, Range 32, Farden Township on Grace Lake, a recreational development lake. Parcel 07.40.00170. The applicant is requesting variances from Part 1, Section 701.A and 702 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance for proposed expansion of a non-conforming structure located in the shore impact zone that is devoted to a non-conforming use. Part 2, Sections 701H and 704A of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to rebuild and enlarge a dwelling devoted to a non-conforming use. And Part 3, Section 701A and 702 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to enlarge a non-conforming structure located in the shore impact zone that is also devoted to a non-conforming use. Do we have the applicants available?
Yes.
Okay, you may come to the presenter's table, please. Thank you. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Karen Weller Ishens, and do you want my address or the address of the?
You can do both if you would, please.
Okay. My personal address is 25862 330th Street, Shevlin, Minnesota, 56676. Our address of our Bible camp is 51497 Tanager Drive, Bemidji, Minnesota, 56601.
Okay, thank you. And if you would just give us a brief description of your variance requests.
Sure. Our request is actually three parts. The first part is adding on a deck, which will kind of square it off to our dining hall and then put a roof over it. The reason we want to do this is just to kind of ease some congestion in our dining hall. And this is especially when it's raining, let some of the kids sit outside rather than get all congested inside. The second part is to rebuild what's called our Sarah cabin. This was actually destroyed in the windstorm in July. And this would be just about 3.5 feet longer and a foot and a half wider than than what was destroyed. And that is to meet health department requirements for bunk spacing inside the cabin. Our last part is what we call our cook's cabin. And we would like to put a new cabin in the exact same location, exact same size, due to the cooks needing to be close to the dining hall. But if that is not approved, I just wanted to clarify with staff that according to an email, we could repair what was there.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, I appreciate it. As we move forward the board, I think we should address each of these as part 1, 2, and part 3 with the separate findings of fact, if everybody's in agreement with that.
I agree.
Okay, perfect, okay, we will start with part 1 first then, enlarging the existing deck, the 8 feet 2 inches by 14 feet, and the 14 foot by 40 foot 2 inch roof. Okay. Do you have any questions or any comments from the board at this time?
This is Tim. I have a question. The designer for your septic used 100 people for the sizing of it. With the request of enlarging that deck for eating place, are you going to increase the amount of people using that, or is it always going to be less than 100?
Nope, it should always be less than 100. Basically, it's a finite number of the number of beds we have.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other comments from the board? If not, I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment on part 1. Okay, seeing no public comment, I will close public comment. This is Veronica speaking. I was wanting to ask for some clarification. The setback, do you know the exact ordinary high water mark setback for your dining hall?
The dining hall,
I mean, I know what my site plan says. It says it's 48, but there's little discrepancies maybe, that it might be outside the shore impact zone or inside the shore impact zone.
48 feet is what I have.
Okay. Eric, the staff report indicates that there's a question of a 5-foot difference. Do you have any information regarding that? I know we couldn't have anything with GIS with snow on the property, so.
That's the best I can advise the board is on GIS. It looks like it might be outside of the impact zone.
Okay,
The only way to conclusively know would be waiting for ice to go out in the spring so that we can locate the OHW and measure the setback.
sure, okay. Thank you. Again, this is Veronica speaking. We did have a little concerns with that being in the shore impact zone, and hopefully it's outside the shore impact zone with any type of enlarging. Would you be open to a possible condition that, you know, prior to your land use permit being obtained, that you would have to have a site inspection just to verify that OHW?
By the county?
Correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
This is Mike. Is that stairwell going to be outside of the deck, or are you going to?
The stairwell currently is away from the building. It would get moved right up next to the building.
But it would be then closer to the lake than the deck.
Can I add, this is Greg Wren. He's our caretaker at the camp. Maybe he can better address that one.
Yeah, won't change the closeness to the lake.
Okay.
The stairs coming
Right there,
off.
right
the-
there.
Back there.
Yeah, if the stairway's gonna come, if you're gonna add that additional 8 feet, the stairways will be a little bit
Oh,
closer
yeah,
to the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Moving it toward the cabin.
right, but on the other side, correct,
yeah.
yeah, and but it's not gonna increase in size, it's still gonna be less than 4 feet.
Correct.
See, is the steps gonna come off on the lake side or
Yes.
come off frontwards this way?
They would-
Still be
At
out
this
there.
time, they would come out lake-wise
Right
because
there,
the roof is
okay.
gonna be pitched.
Bigger deck.
Okay.
I didn't realize there was an additional deck going to be put on there.
This is Veronica speaking. Another quick question. This deck, the cover, the roof enclosure that you're putting on, it's strictly going to be a roof, a canopy, and you have no intentions of enclosing it? It's going to be open air?
Open air,
Okay,
yes.
so another condition that I would propose is that it must remain open air and never be enclosed. And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
This Ken, as I recall, there is a reasonably good vegetation buffer from the crest of the flat part as it drops down towards the lake, as I recall. It's hard to tell in the wintertime, but it.
Yeah, there's quite a line of trees between the cabins and the lake.
20-some feet of buffer there, which lines up with the cook's cabin. Yeah, okay.
Well, I can make a motion if you're okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Veronica then. I make a motion that we approve Part 1, the enlarging the existing deck and the roof over the top with the following conditions. Number 1, before a land use permit is obtained, the applicants must have a site inspection to verify the structure setback and ensure its location is outside of the shore impact zone. And number 2, the deck can never be enclosed and must remain open air. And the findings of facts, number 1, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls? Yes, having a 14-foot by 40-foot 2-inch roof over an existing deck with a proposed 8-foot 2-inch and 14-inch deck extension is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls. And a condition is placed that the property owners must have a site inspection performed by ESO to verify the dining hall structure and deck with the proposed additions are outside the shore impact zone. And number 2, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control? Yes. Placing a roof over the deck with over the existing deck, slightly increasing the deck of the dining hall to decrease mealtime congestion during the rainy season is a reasonable request. I'll adopt number 3 from the staff report. Number 4, will the issuance of the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes, the proposed increase to the deck and roof over the entire structure will maintain the essential character as the property is over 7 acres in size. The locality's character will not be harmed. And I will adopt number 5.
This is Tim. I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
When they do that inspection, is there gonna be any result if it's closer than the shore impact zone from our decision tonight?
I would think so. I could put in there that, well, I guess it depends on the board if you want it, if it's gonna make a difference.
Myself, I was okay with the 48 feet. That's what I went by. So if it's closer than that, maybe we'd have to, I don't know,
Reconsider?
I
wait
think,
for more information?
I'm okay with the 48, because there was questions whether it was 48 or 55. It would be nice for the record to know what it is for future things, but it would not alter my
Okay.
decision.
Then it will just still clarify its location then,
Okay.
so, okay,
So I'll second the motion. This is Tim.
okay. Okay, have a motion by myself to approve the application with the 2 conditions and the findings of facts. And a second by Tim. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim. I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Ms. Leary, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. Part 1 has been approved. Moving on to Part 2. Part 2 is Sarah's Cabin. If you would like to go ahead and give us a brief overview of this as well.
Sure, you can stop right there if you want. So our Sarah cabin like I said earlier, was destroyed in a windstorm. A tree actually came down right in the middle of it. Being a volunteer camp, we were able to get people, was it that day, Greg?
It was 3 days after.
Yeah, 3 days after, to be able to clean it up, which is why I didn't realize that the county needed to come out and take a look at it before we removed it. But what we'd like to propose is replacing the cabin with just that slightly larger cabin to meet current health regulations for spacing of bunks.
Same location.
Exact same location, yep. So that's on the picture you're looking at, on the left-hand side is our Hannah cabin, and on the right-hand side is the girls' bathhouse.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment. Okay, seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment. Any questions from the board members or comments? This one seems pretty straightforward.
This is Tim. I'll move to approve the Sarah cabin and accept the staff's findings.
This is Larry, I'll second.
A motion by Tim to approve Part 2 of the application and accept the staff's findings of facts, and Larry second. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim. I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye on Part 2. Part 3. The Cook's Cabin. Cook's Cabin.
Picture of it, yeah.
Yeah. This is Veronica speaking. I appreciate you giving us the additional information when you first came on, that yes, you do have the opportunity, if you wanted to rebuild this per its Jello mold, the exact same size and same height, you may do so at this 23-foot ordinary high watermark setback.
Can I ask for clarification? So is that fixing what's there or putting a whole new structure?
It could, Veronica speaking, I believe Eric, can, if you'd like Eric to answer this, but it could be the exact same Jello mold structure. You could take it down and put it back up, but it has to be the same Jello mold. Exactly. Even if it has like a crazy 1 foot eave on one side and a short one on the other side. So,
Okay.
It needs to be done in the year.
Yeah,
Needs to be done in the year or they'll lose the
the use.
use.
Okay. Right off the bat, since we haven't had any public comment, I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment. And seeing none, I'll close public comment. Well, first question right off the bat is, have you considered an alternate site that meets the setbacks? You have 7 acres on the property here.
Sure. I would say no, we have not. Thinking that the cooks needed to be in close proximity to the dining hall and kitchen, since they're probably going back and forth quite a bit. I did not think about a different location.
There are no bathrooms in this cabin. It's strictly a bunkhouse.
Correct. Yep, the bathroom that they use is actually in the dining hall.
It is in the dining hall, okay?
Yep, the only thing this is for is basically sleeping.
Well, if you're asking me whether it stays or goes, I'd say it goes myself, so.
This is Veronica speaking. I personally feel the same way when it comes to non-conforming structures in need of replacement. We always do our best to apply today's shoreland management ordinance guidelines and meet setback requirements when and if possible. In this case, there really aren't any constraints for you to meet the setback requirements. So I would have to agree with Tim and the staff report that it can be located elsewhere, but you still do have that option. If you want to have something right there, you have that option still within the year to keep what you have at an exact jello mold. But I, at this time, I'm not in favor myself either. And if you relocated it somewhere else that meets setbacks, you know, obviously with this application, you would probably just have to come back if you wanted something bigger since you're non-conforming for something larger on your property, but.
To move it to a different location but have it the same dimensions, is that another variance application?
At this time, I would have to say yes, because we don't have any locations that are right here on here. You haven't given us any indication of where that alternate site would be.
Okay.
If you needed time and are seriously considering that, tabling it might be an option to give you time. It would only give you like 30 days just to, or whatever the time frame we can have you sign off on. But, so that you wouldn't have to come back for a separate variance if that was something you were seriously going to consider. To have the same size and just a different, unless Eric needs it re-noticed for the location.
Eric, would they be able to, if they meet all setbacks, be able to do this by permit?
No.
No? Okay.
Due
Thank
to
you.
it being a non-conforming use.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it would require the notice being tweaked.
Okay. So it would have to be re-noticed, so.
This is Larry. Eric, you know the site as well as anybody. Are there other sites, just as you think about it here, that would be feasible?
Well, of course, there's quite a lot of area on the property to relocate a, small structure like this. But again, it goes back to the convenience for the kitchen staff to be able to have access to a bathroom and shower and get a break, if you will. Yeah, so to answer your question, honestly, yeah, there are other places, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from,
This is Ken. I realize this is 23 feet from the lake. It would be nice to clean it up. But because this was storm damage, could they rebuild to the exact same footprint? I think in normal residential lots you can, I don't know, under this non-conforming use whether you're kin or not, but would they be allowed to fix up right and keep everything right where it is under the current rules? Even though preferentially we'd like them to move it away from the lake, but they could.
Yes, Veronica touched on that earlier.
Okay. I missed that.
that's okay, yes, they can rebuild it in the exact jello mold.
Okay.
Right there on that same spot within the year. They have their year started, the dates of your storm damage, I would assume.
June 21st.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
This is Tim. I'll make a motion to deny the cook's cabin.
Okay, this is Veronica. I make a second the motion. You're going to adopt staff's findings,
Yes, I'll adopt staff's
okay,
findings.
with the staff's findings of facts. Tim, how do you vote?
Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
This is Larry. I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica. I vote aye. This application for Part 3 has been denied. Okay, I think we've covered all of your applications. So you'll be receiving a decision letter from the Environmental Services within the next few days, giving you guidance on what's next and the next steps to take and permits to pull. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, variance application 66-B-25 by Warren Scouton, part of Government Lot 2 and part of the southwest corner of the northeast corner, Section 3, Township 140, Range 33, Nevis Township, Parcel 21.03.00250. The applicant is requesting a variance from Section 4, Subdivision A1B1 of the subdivision ordinance to create a lot greater than 5 acres in size that will not comply with the required 300-foot minimum lot width. Do we have the applicant available? It doesn't appear that we have the applicant, but we can move forward with this application. If everyone is okay, board members, to do so.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, for the record, the application seeks relief from the 300-foot minimum lot width requirement for lots that are 5 acres or greater in size. The current property was legally created by administrative subdivision in 2022 and is 250 feet by 800 feet. The applicant owns the adjacent property to the east and would like to enlarge the tract by adjusting the boundary line. The dimensions of the land proposed to be added to the lot are 500 feet by 526.87 feet. The proposed new lot size would be 10.63 acres. The lot is unimproved. Okay, before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment. And seeing no public comment, I will close public comment. Do we have any questions from the board? I know we couldn't see it.
This is Ken, just for the record, the existing parcel was approved, the 250 by 800, as a valid parcel. And what's being added is something that meets the 300-foot requirements. And there are 2 allowable septic systems, places on the lot. I see no reason why, other just from a technicality, that this shouldn't be approved.
This is Veronica. I agree with you, Ken. The need for the variance is the technicality because the ordinance allows a lot to be created that is less than 5 acres, and this one is greater than 5 acres, so I agree. Any other questions or comments?
This is Mike. The first parcel A was only 250, but now parcel D is down to 223 on the back side. Does that make a difference? Because that's under 300 feet. So now there's 2 pieces here that are under 300. And I don't know why he would configure this after a couple of years here.
Eric, do you have any comments to that question?
Parcel D, the east boundary would be the rear lot line, because that's furthest from County 2.
So I don't know which one he's looking at.
The new map that he's creating.
Where are you seeing that it narrows down, Mike?
Right here, 223.
No.
Oh, that's just
But
a,
that's parcel D, that's different.
That's the side lot line for parcel D. And then the rear lot line on parcel C would be 302.5 feet wide.
right. Yes.
This is Tim. I'll make a motion to approve this application 66-V-25, and I'll accept the staff's findings.
Mrs. Kennedy will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Tim to approve the application as presented with the, adopting the staff's findings of facts, seconded by Ken. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
Veronica, I vote aye. Application has been approved. Moving on to the next item on the agenda. Variance application 67-B-25 by Michael Riley, part of Government Lot 1, Section 8, Township 139, Range 34, Hubbard Township on Long Lake, a recreational development lake. Parcel 14.08.02200. The applicant is requesting variances from Section 702 and 904.6 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to make a non-conforming dwelling more non-conforming in its ordinary high watermark setback and to increase the lot's non-conforming impervious surface area percentage. Applicant is also requesting that the condition placed on variance 94-47 that prohibits the expansion of the dwelling to be removed. Okay, Mr. Riley, go ahead and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is, excuse me, Mike Riley, 560 Woodland Ridge, Dubuque, Iowa, is my home address. This is in reference to the seasonal cabin at 14948 Country Circle, Park Rapids. The request is as part of a larger remodel, all within the footprint of the existing cabin and deck, to put a simple screen porch on for a variety of reasons, one of which is to allow some shelter for my 85-year-old mother to utilize the deck with less of a direct sun impact, as well as staying away from mosquitoes just for general comfort. I can let Eric speak more to the project, but it would be just part of the existing deck, and it would not be something that, I'm assuming to head off the question, that I want to turn into additional living space.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riley. Eric, if you'd like to give any comment, please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Munson, 18475 Elmwood Road, Nevis, Minnesota, 56467. Mike's pretty much nailed it. We're not encroaching any closer to the lake. There's a couple discussion points. We've got a proposed fireplace in there to take the edge off in spring and fall. The stairs, I'm not sure if you guys had the application of the stairs on the south end towards the neighbors. That was infringing on the property line, to my knowledge, so we actually removed those set of stairs. Other than that, I think that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions or comments from the board before I open public comment? I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment at this time. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. This is Veronica speaking still. I just wanted to give you some clarification. Anytime, Mr. Riley, anytime that we enclose any part of the house with you adding the screen porch, that will increase the living quarters, the living space in it. So that's where the non-conforming use increases, because you're adding your living space, more living space to it.
Okay.
Veronica, just for the record, there was a variance application to expand this structure in the past that was denied. The lot's only 900 or 9,000 square feet, which is less than 25% of what is a normal standard lot. And the structure will move the ordinary high water mark setback another 10 feet, and it'll be just at about a little bit over 54. All of those are the lot is very small. All of those things add to the fact that making something more non-conforming that's already very non-conforming is not something we typically like to do.
Okay, thank you for your input, Ken. This is Veronica, I agree. Generally, as a board, we're typically, if we have something that's non-conforming, we try to limit the expansions, especially lakewards. I'm not in favor of the lakeside expansion on the non-conforming structure, making it more non-conforming myself. And again, I agree, due to lot size, it's 0.22 acres, 60.71 feet by 15.4 feet, or 154 feet, sorry. It is quite small of a lot.
Yeah, this is Tim, I agree. I can't, there was that condition placed on there for no expansion. So the board had already made a decision about this, and I'll agree with you that I'm not in favor.
Yeah. Thank you, Tim. I agree, again, due to that lot size and that variance 94-97, being a seasonal use only and no further expansion to the dwelling and therefore should remain in place. I do not seek to remove it as well, so. Anybody ready to make a motion?
This is Ken. I'll make a motion that we deny application 67V-25 and accept the staff's findings of fact.
Okay, thank you, Ken. A motion by Ken adopting the staff's findings. Do I have a second?
This is Larry, I'll second.
Okay, and a second by Larry. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica. I vote aye. Application has been denied. You'll receive a decision letter in the mail from Environmental Services.
Okay.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Variance application 68-V-25 by John Chuba and Stephen Rule. Part of Government Lot 1, Section 20, Township 139, Range 33, Crow Wing Lake Township on 3rd Crow Wing Lake, a recreational development lake, parcel 06.20.00200. The applicants are requesting Part 1 and after-the-fact variance from Sections 502.2 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance for an accessory structure located within the 100-foot ordinary high watermark setback and 50-foot road right-of-way structure setbacks, and Part 2, a variance from Section 702 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to enlarge a non-conforming dwelling located in the shore impact zone and make it more non-conforming in its ordinary high watermark and road right-of-way setbacks. Okay, thank you, sir. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Chuba. My home address is 400 Park Avenue, Pine River, Minnesota, 56474. The property that we're looking at here is 23742 State 87 Nevis 56467.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we have, since we have parts 1 and parts 2, we'll go ahead and treat them individually. And we'll go with part 1 first. Part 1 deals with the 7x7 storage shed.
Sure.
You want to keep it in its place?
Yeah, so when we purchased the property, there was a well, there were actually two plastic storage sheds on the property. One was approximately 4 or 5 feet from the shore, and I think they used that to store dock and boat items. Then there's a tool shed that you can see in that picture there. That's, I think, about 7 feet from the neighbor's property line, and that's used to store garden tools and that sort of thing. And that's the one that we want to keep. We did remove the other
Okay.
Structure that was there.
All right, okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment on part 1. Seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment. This is Veronica speaking. Due to the lot's small size and lack of any other garage and accessory structures offering storage space, I'm supportive of part 1, retaining that 7x7 storage shed.
Yeah, this is Ken. This particular piece of property you really can't find a place where you can meet both the ordinary high water setback and the right-of-way. This place kind of where it optimizes the two, and I think a small shed is more than reasonable on the property, so I would be supportive of leaving it right where it is.
Super. Any other comments from the board?
This is Mike, how far is that shed from your house now?
It's about 15 feet, I think. I don't think I have that picture with me. It's about 10 to 15 feet from the house itself.
Ready for motion?
I think so. Any other comments, Mike? You're good with that?
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
This is Larry. I agree that, yeah, this shed is definitely not an issue, and I think we should go ahead and okay that. So I would move that we accept the shed and accept staff findings of facts.
Okay, I have a motion by Larry to approve Part 1 application for the 7x7 storage unit and per site plan, and adopting the staff's findings. Do you have a second?
This is Mike, I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Second by Mike. Tim, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica. I vote aye. That Part 1 has been approved and carried. Moving on to Part 2. Okay. Go ahead and give us Part 2, please.
All right, thank you. So this particular structure, we're not quite sure when it was built. Talking with the neighbors and other property owners, we're guessing in the 1960s. Basically, it was built as a walkout basement, and then there were floor joists installed on top of the basement, I guess with plans to put the main cabin on top. But a previous owner in the past, again, we don't know when, but they put a pitched roof on top of the floor joists and used the basement as their cabin and never expanded or never built the main floor on top of the basement. In looking around at the neighborhood, there are several cabins. There's one right across the river from us, two doors down the other direction on Round Bay Resort. There's several cabins that appear that they were probably built at the same time by the same builder. They tend to have the same kind of basement, a walkout concrete basement with a one-story main floor on top of it. We don't know why this one was never built. We purchased the property about 3 years ago, and in cleaning up the property, we discovered underneath, the property had I don't know if it was abandoned, but it hadn't been used for about 20 years. And in cleaning up the property, we discovered there was actually an asphalt driveway and possibly even an asphalt boat ramp going into the lake, and there was an asphalt patio. Everything was irregular, looked kind of bad. So as we cleaned it up, we thought, well, we should take up some of the patio or some of the asphalt and then pour an even surface there at the entrance, which is what we did. We did not know that we required a permit to do that. However, at that time when we were doing it, we also knew that down the road that we were going to request to have to go ahead and build the main cabin on top of this basement. So when we had that slab poured, the concrete construction company did pour a footing, so if we were to expand, we could, that slab would allow that. So our request basically is to expand the existing basement 12 feet in length, the same width. The original structure there is 14 by 36, so we want to make it another 12 foot longer, keep the same width, and then build the main cabin on top of the basement. The reason for the expansion, why that would need to exist, first we thought, well, maybe we wouldn't expand it all, but we need to put an interior staircase to access the main floor, because we're not going to increase bedrooms or bathrooms. The basement, as used right now, is basically, they have a kitchen, a bathroom, and then 2 rooms that served, well, the kitchen was a combination room, and then the 2 other rooms served as bedrooms, and they might have used it for a living room. They had a fold-out couch in there as well. What we want to do is just build the main floor and then put the bedrooms upstairs. So we'd like to do an exterior staircase, but we need room to be able to put the interior staircase so we can access the main floor. We do know that everything is non-conforming on this property. It is such an odd-shaped property sandwiched between State Highway 87 and the shoreline there. We also, in regards to what we want to build, is currently now there's a pitched roof on it, so half the water that hits the roof goes towards the lake, but we want to do a shed style. And I think I submitted a photocopy of, a couple buildings that just show we want to do a shed roof, so all the water that hits the roof will actually go on the highway side of the property and not adding more water draining towards the lake. I will add that, we are right there where the Crow Wing River crosses under State Highway 87, so we're right up against the bridge there. And, there's an awful lot of concrete around us, but there's really no way to utilize this home to its full potential without putting that main floor. I don't know why they never built the main floor on top of the basement, but that's pretty much what we're requesting.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment for part 2. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment. What is the current setback of your structure right now? 13.6 is what I have, is that correct?
Yeah, I measured it, so yeah, I got 16 feet, but then because the shoreline goes like I measured 15 feet, but I would think 13.6 is probably right in there, yes.
And the current height of your current structure, what's the height?
The height of the basement is 7 foot, and then it has the pitched roof.
To the roof.
That adds to that, to the roof. I've got that. I think it's 12 feet, I think it's to the peak of the roof.
Okay, so 12 feet height at a 13-foot setback, and you're proposing a 20-foot height at that 13-foot setback.
Or less, yeah, because again, we're gonna do a shed roof, so the wall will be taller on the lake side and then shorter on the highway side. So basically, we'll take the 7 foot of the basement wall, allow the room for the floor joists, basically about a foot or so, and then do a wall. In my drawing, I think I put a 12-foot wall. We would probably go lower than that. We may go 10 foot, but I'd rather, give myself a little bit of room. The only reason why I say that is we did open up the ceiling to look at the floor joists, and they look like they're good, but we don't know until we open it up. So if we have to replace those floor joists, that I don't know if there'd be some, if the floor joists, if our contractor says the floor joists aren't, that he doesn't like them and he wants bigger ones, I want to give myself a little room there, and in case we need the height.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Personally, myself, again, we've got another non-conforming structure located even closer to the ordinary high water mark. Making it more non-conforming with a 20-foot height is not, in my opinion, in harmony with the shoreline management ordinance. I know this lot is very small and it has a lot of constraints. That's just how I feel at this time. Any other comments or any other board members?
Could I mention something? As a 20-foot height, on the other side, it is buried by 4 foot, so the exposed height would be 20, but more than likely it would be 18, because
Okay.
we wouldn't necessarily have to go that high.
Thank you, sir.
This is Mike. I think in the past they denied a permit for this, didn't they? A variance?
I'm unsure, Mike, at this time. I didn't review the history of the lot more than what the staff has given me indication of.
This is Tim.
Yeah, in 1975, there was a variant application
Oh, yes.
that was denied
When
for a
was
12
that?
by 36 edition.
I'm sorry, when was that denied?
In 19,
1975.
yeah,
Yeah, this is Tim. I agree with Veronica. I'm not in favor of expanding this on that small of a property next to this lake at that height, and also dependent on a holding tank for septic. Adding on is just, and it's not you or anything, but future we're looking at, that could be full of beds, and it's not big enough lot to expand for, in my opinion.
Okay. Can I respond to? Sure. Okay, yeah. And I appreciate that. When we talked to the septic company, that was the recommended, for 2 bedrooms, and it'll remain a 2-bedroom. I don't know, the basement itself is pretty tight and small. I don't know that, we would not be increasing the bedroom size at all, nor the bathroom, so it'd still be a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And with the holding tank, we used it quite a bit, and we pumped it out once a season. So I appreciate your concern, but I don't, according to the septic company, that 1,000-gallon holding tank is sufficient for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and it doesn't impact the shoreline because it is a holding tank. We don't have a septic field. We
This is,
don't have.
I've been licensed as septic for 30 years and also a master plumber.
Yeah.
And one leak is gonna be, that's gonna be bubbling out of your tank into the lake. And because if it isn't taken care of. So a holding tank by expanding it, I'm saying there's potential of more people than just you and your wife being able to use that, and I'm not in favor of it.
Would you suggest expanding the holding tank, like going with or is it just the
No.
fact that it's a holding tank?
No,
At all? I mean.
right.
Okay. Even with warning systems that let you know that the tank needs to be pumped, I understand, what you're saying.
okay. Thank you, Tim, and thank you, sir. I think at this time, I don't foresee this moving forward. I agree. Again, I'm in the same place where a 20-foot lakeside height at the 14-foot ordinary high watermark setback doesn't sit well for myself. It doesn't go in harmony with our shoreline management ordinance for non-conforming, properties and such a small lot. So I'm not in favor of approving part 2. And so if anyone's ready to make a motion, I am open to a motion to.
Could I ask one other question? You're going back to the 20-foot height. If we put a pitch roof on, that would bring the height back down to, we'd probably take off, I don't know, you're probably looking at then probably a 14 or 15-foot height on the lakeside, if we just did a regular pitch roof.
Mr.
on
Chuba,
that.
I appreciate your changing, or openness to changing your application, but at this time, we have to go with the application that's
Okay,
presented
sure.
in front of us.
Okay.
And so if there's something that you want to change in the future and come back, with a different application, with different proposal, then you would just have to do a different variance application, and we would review it from there.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
thank
sure.
you. Okay, moving forward, we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny the application. 68-V-25 and accept the staff's findings. Part 2.
Okay, we have for part 2, a motion to deny the application and adopt the staff's findings. Do I have a second?
Ken, I'll second the motion.
Okay, and we have a second by Ken. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I also vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
And Mike, I vote on it.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. The part 2 has been denied. So you'll get a letter from Environmental Services about both the decision letters tonight and the next steps, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica, thought this next one is so much tied to that.
Moving it to the bottom.
I know there's a lot of people here. It would fit better if we put it at the end. You might want to think about that.
No, I think I agree with that. Yeah,
Because the rest of them are pretty kind of straightforward.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with that. This is Veronica speaking. Eric, would you have a problem if I moved this application towards the end, since it kind of is relevant to our preliminary plat? Just so that we can get the other, since it's kind of lengthy, and get the other applications going?
I'd confer with the applicant and ask if they'd
If they would be open to
be
that?
open to that.
Okay. So the variance application 69-B-25 by CDSA Friendship Ventures is the next item on the agenda. We have the applicants here. Okay. You can move it back, that's fine. Is that okay, so we can get everybody else going through? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So we're gonna come back to that one, and we're gonna move on to 70-B-25 by Donald Hoverson and Jay. Is it Etchenkamp? I was gonna say, is it Etchenkamp? All right. Government Lot 7 and part of Government Lot 8, Section 15, Township 141, Range 35. Ergo Township on Eagle Lake, a recreational development lake. Parcel 02.15.00610, 02.15.00612, and 02.15.00613. Applicants are requesting a variance from Section 701 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance for proposed new structures and alterations to existing structures that are devoted to a non-conforming use. All right, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Don Hoverson, secondary owner of Breeze Campground and manager Breeze Campground. Address I currently live at is address of Breeze Campground, 25824, County 89, Park Rapids, Minnesota.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you, sir?
Jay Echtenkamp, and my home address is 3041 Wildflower Trail in Hamel, Minnesota.
Okay, thank you. If you could go ahead and state your request, please.
Okay. We got 8 items to mention. First item I'd like to mention is one of our site C4. It's a 10 by 16 shed. Item was requested as I asked a site guest to remove their existing storage unit to prepare for a new septic. The new shed will be placed back in the old storage unit's previous location. It was difficult to perform the septic construction project with the unit remaining there. And then to summarize, item 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 are sheds that vary from 8 by 10 and 10 by 12. These sheds were requested for the need to store extra belongings inside. The aesthetics of the property are more pleasant when we put stuff inside. And then item 6 was a little more detailed. It's our site C22. It's a 12 by 12 screened-in porch. One of our guests obtained a land use permit August 9th, 2022 for a deck. The deck was built, and then she attempted to apply for a screened-in porch to put on top of it, and the request was denied. This wasn't a variance, this was just a land use. Breeze was informed that variance would be required for any further land use permits in September of 2022, and that particular guest would love the opportunity to complete that screened-in porch. And then the last item was number 7, C19 site. We had 11 by 16 screen covered porch, and then 11 by 14 open covered porch, and the guest requested an opportunity to build similar improvements than the other 5 park models in that area. And that kind of sums up each of them.
Okay.
And if I may add, just part of it was with the 2022 approval. Part of the reason we're here is the procedures of getting permits changed in 2022, and speaking with Eric, that's when we moved to a situation where we need to come in for a variance with these. We've had the campground for 30 years. It used to be, we could just do a lot of this with over-the-counter permits. So now the rules have changed, so here we are
Okay.
making the request.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Eric? No. Open for questions here.
Oh, not just yet,
Yeah.
but, yes, you may. Go ahead, Ken. You may ask Eric.
Eric, the 400 square foot allocation for a campground like this, is that used to determine how many campsites you can have? Or does it basically say any individual campsite can't exceed the 400 square feet? How do I apply that criteria? Because a couple of the things that are being asked for are exceeding the 400 square foot footprint, so I don't know how to apply that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so the ordinance applies the 400 square feet to the dwelling unit density calculation process, so it assumes for an RV site, it's no larger than 400 square feet. It could be smaller than that. So when you're evaluating the two requests on the application that would look to expand the size of those two units beyond 400 square feet, I think that's an appropriate aspect of the ordinance to evaluate.
Yeah, so Eric, can I ask for a clarification on that? Because my understanding is that the 400 square feet that refers to the RV site. And state law requires RV lots, just like the Big Pines Park we have here in town. The RV lot size is a state mandated state statute that says the RV sites have to be 2,000 square feet. So in one case, you're talking about an RV site, and then you're talking about the RV lot, just for, so, right? So, you know,
Right, we're talking about the size of the RV structure that can be.
the
on
structure
that site.
itself, yes. Okay, so the 400 square feet
Yes,
refers to
I
the
know.
structure.
The
And
shed,
anything that adds living quarters, like a covered screened porch or a roof over the deck, that expands the non-conforming part, that expands that 400 square foot.
And I think in history, I know we had this issue a few years back, and my recollection was that somebody had wanted to put an oversized deck in, and the RV, the deck and the RV were attached, so, and it became one structure. And so at that time, the county, in talking with environmental services, said, you know, that deck needs to be detached. You consider that two separate, you know, a deck is separate from an RV. If you put them together, then that's all one, considered to be one structure.
Well, in this case, a roof is proposed over the screen porch, open air.
Over the deck
Porch.
itself, yeah.
Yep, so that's why it's viewed as an
Okay,
addition to
even
the
though
structure.
even if it's detached from the RV itself.
With the examples that we saw next door to what's proposed, and Donald saying that they intend to use the same contractor and do the same thing. it looked very attached.
The C22 one was a 12 by 12 separate. Where it's kind of actually off the side of it a little bit, so that one definitely wasn't attached. I wasn't aware that at the time when we were out there, I didn't realize they weren't supposed to be detached, but now am aware that ones in the past are become detached or whatever. And there's other examples in the campground and Breeze and other campgrounds that, that I've seen that are attached, and they do get permitted. So I was kind of, it was just unclear, because in the past they have been permitted when they're attached, but now I know that they're supposed to be unattached. So if that would be, if that would be a contingency that we make sure that they're detached, we would agree to that, on the covered porches portion of it.
Yeah, this is Veronica speaking. In my eyes, when you say covered porch, that's an expansion of the RV unit. It's
Okay.
not a gazebo. I mean, you're kind of trying to describe a gazebo
Yep,
sort of thing, by saying that it's not attached to the RV. And this is not anytime I see a roof over a deck, it's an expansion to the RV unit. That's how I'm viewing it. And environmental services will give guidance when you come in to request an application to their, how they're placing the ordinance and how they're viewing it and their verbiage, but I believe that's how we're seeing it. Am I correct? Yes,
Yeah,
maybe?
if it's attached.
Right, okay. From the board, should we separate these into two different parts, 1 and 2, for the decks and the
Sheds?
shed? Yeah. Okay. So we have like 6 storage shed accessories, and then we have the 2 other things. I think that would be the simplest for this one as well. So we'll do part 1, we'll call that the sheds, storage accessories, structures. And I'm gonna go ahead and open for public comment. And seeing no public comment, I will close public comment for this accessory structures. Do I have any questions or comments on any of this accessory structures? Personally, I think that it would be much easier, as we do with the shoreland management ordinance, how we apply it to today's campgrounds, that they're all one size, 8 by 10, done. We don't have all these different sizes here and there, here and there. When we go through and do a, campground for today, and we generally just cap it, say it can't be larger than this. That's just a thought. Most of these are 8 by 10, some of them are a little bit larger.
Mostly 10 by 12.
Mostly 10 by 12s,
Yeah.
but 8
The
by
one's
10s.
10 by 16, but I think he indicated that there was one there, and they had to put in a new drain field.
We put in a new drain field, and their previous unit was, like, they're customers that have been there since 1989. They're our longest running customer, and they had like shrubs and stuff planted around it, and we just had to use that area. And it was it was old, and I wanted to get it replaced anyway, so I thought it was a good opportunity to try to change it up, and yeah, that's exactly what size that was.
But the owner in agreement was okay if you gave him a 10 by 16 shed.
And I did say I will do my best, because he's not gonna, not rent with me if I don't. do
That
it.
shed is beyond the 100-foot setback.
That is beyond the 100-foot setback.
Beyond meaning back behind, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
It's really close to the 150-foot, because we did have that determined in the fall for the septic.
Okay, that's right. Septic's gotta be 150. Okay.
This is Veronica speaking. All 6 sheds are beyond the ordinary high watermark setback.
Correct.
Okay. Just for the record. And also for the record, the application requests these variances because it's a non-conforming use. So any accessory structure that they need to apply a variance for has to go through this application. I am open to retaining or to approving the storage sheds. I was just trying to look at simplifying things from here forward, as we have been on the storage structures.
Yep. I know that we have kind of limited the size for conversion of resorts to planned unit developments. And that's because they basically had a footprint and they were a little more dense. There's a lot of open space, I think, here. So I think a little more flexibility in the size would be okay with me.
Okay,
So
sure.
I'd
Appreciate
like
that.
to see a standard also, a 10 by 12 or less, but under the
So-
fact that they do have space, and I think the staff report indicates that there's probably not a pervious surface issue with this large area, so I'd be okay with the sizes they're recommending. Okay. I don't know about the rest.
You're okay with the applicant's request sizes, you said?
Size-wise, yeah. Size and location.
This is Mike, you got 6 of them that you're asking for now, or are you gonna ask for more next year?
So, so I have talked with Eric a little bit about, and what you had pointed out, that if we could get some kind of consistency with like a maximum size for a shed and for a deck, you know, like, let's say if you did do 10 by 12 shed and 2 12 by 12 sections for a deck, just as standard, so it's easy to know. But to answer your question, a lot of our deck, we have a lot of deck and shed permits, and a lot of them occurred in 2001 when the county notified us that, you know, the process to make sure we get this done. So we have a lot of them, but, and to answer your question, they're 25, a lot of them are 25 years old, and sometimes they need some alterations because they weren't maybe necessarily built to code. So, I would guess that every year we'd have a few, but with the cost going up to, we won't be able to do the multiple items on a variance, that there's gonna have to be a merit, they're gonna have to merit the really need to have it if they wanna do it in the future, I would guess, so, but yeah, I would like to be able to continue to do these.
This is Veronica speaking. When you have a tenant that vacates the lot, do they take everything with them?
Sometimes they do, but a lot of times, they leave them behind because of the difficulty of getting sheds and deck permits, and a lot of people have agreed just to, you know, transfer their site. And they just sell their camper. A lot of people just sell their camper on location, and then we renew, the new owner gets to use that site of such, but, a lot of, we don't, I've been managing for 5 years, and I think one person has removed a deck, and that's it.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
We're still talking to sheds, right?
Correct.
Okay.
How does everybody else feel about the size? I understand location is, you know, behind setback, which is fine. I was just looking
I'm
for
okay with 10 by
consistency.
12.
Okay. How would your applicants feel about 10 by 12 if we tried to start steering towards that size?
Can
For
we,
consistency
can we get
purposes.
consideration for the one that's, I think it was at 8 by 16 or 10 by 16, just this one time?
C4 is 10 by 16. Is that the closest one that's over there that was by the
And then in the
septic?
future, just stick with the 10 by 12 or less?
I think that would be ideal that would be a,
Wouldn't you agree? Yeah.
Yeah, if we could get by with that one. Doug's he's been there so long, I told him after 30 years, I gotta buy him a watch.
Yeah.
Ready for a motion?
I believe so. Are you going to include the size?
Yes.
Perfect.
This is Larry. I move that we accept the sheds portion of this variance. Noting that from here on out, we would like the sheds to be 8 by 10 or less. And,
10 by 12 or 8 by
or
12?
10 by 12, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes,
10 by
with the
12.
exception of the first one.
Correct,
All of these have to be 10 by 12 or less, which is
Yep.
what they are.
which is what they are, with the exception of C4.
Okay.
Yep. And then, finding of facts, number one is to have a small shed is reasonable on lots like this for just storage and general purposes. And, number two is a yes, because also, this area has a lot of these sheds, they, blend into the terrain quite well, and they are all behind the setback. And then I would accept staff's findings of facts for 3, 4, and 5.
On number 4, it will need to be modified. because it has the additions of the two
Oh,
RVs.
okay. Yep, we'll
Just
take,
scratch those.
scratch those to be considered separately.
Okay. Okay, okay, I have a motion by Larry to approve the Part 1 storage structures, the storage sheds, to be a size 10 by 12 or less, with the exception of C4. So we have some continuity in the future here, consistency. And he provided findings of facts for number 1 and 2, and modified number 4, and adopted 3 and 5. Do I have a second?
Mike, I'll second that.
Okay, and a second by Mike. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
Can I vote aye?
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. Storage units have been approved with the alterations there. And moving on to the other part. Part 2 with C19 and C22 with the screened porch and roof. I'm gonna go ahead and open for public comment just to get that done. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Well, this is Veronica speaking. Going back to the 400 square foot size for RV lots, that's where we kind of come into some difficulties with this request. C19 has a unit that is 10 by 36, that's 360 square feet already. They're proposing the screen porch and covered deck, which would be an additional 330 square feet.
Does that one have a deck? I can't remember. I know 22 does. Did that one currently have a deck,
22 currently has a deck. Yeah.
but not 19?
19 has, has patio block from a long time ago.
Patio block.
Patio block,
Okay.
yeah, in that area.
Okay.
Okay. C22 has a 10 by 40. It already maxes out its 400 square feet. And it's requesting the 12 by 12 screen porch for an additional 144 square feet.
Well, looking for comments?
Yes, please.
I mean, I realize a deck and or a concrete or block patio area are reasonable, but in both cases, adding a screened-in porch, you're basically expanding the living area connected with these two, what do they call them, park models, which are already close to and or exceeding the 400 square foot criteria. I think you can read that I'm not in favor of approving either one of the screened-in porches.
Okay, thank you, Ken, for your input. Any other comments from any other board members?
Would it make it easier if we considered just doing a 10 by 10, like the portable screened-in porches that can be taken down at the end of the year, even though we'd probably leave it up? If they're like, I wish I had an example of one. But they do have a hard top, but they're open on four sides, and then, but they could be,
They're like mosquito tents, like.
well,
people
they got
do.
like a
Yeah.
mosquito net in there.
I don't
We
think-
have had people,
What
we
if-
have had that question, because with discussions with Eric, we put some up without permits, because we take them down before the 180 day, or before the 180 days, because they are so portable, but it'd be nice to be able to put something that's just a little a hard top on it. Is that something that'd be easier to ask for?
It would be taken down at the end of the
Well,
year.
down there, it would be nice to be able to leave up the
Skeleton.
skeleton of it, you know, so then we'd get a But it wouldn't, that definitely wouldn't be part of the camper unit, because it's, you just put them together and set it on the deck. And that's something in the future, if we get a conditional use permit for, every camper getting a certain size deck, whatever, that would be one of the topics on what size that would be adequate, not too big. I mean, I wonder if they're 8x8 or maybe 10x10. I would think that'd be more reasonable than, I do understand the whole, if you build a screened-in porch, then possibly somebody's gonna wanna use it as actual living space instead of,
Right.
How many campsites have these large, I think you call them park models like these have? Is it just this little set of 5 or 6 here by the drawing? Or are there a lot of other ones that quote are oversized or at full capacity in the campground?
I would venture there's probably 25.
That are
and
big like that?
That are,
Getting to be
that
more
are
and more
getting,
popular.
that are getting close to that
Yeah.
400 square feet.
They're bigger than most of the cabins that we see on lakes.
It's kind of crazy.
This is Veronica speaking. At this time, with this application in front of us, I think we just need to address what we have in front of us, the plans that we have. And, I can't say what I would or wouldn't approve if it's something slightly different and, exactly what it's gonna be without having the information in front of me. But, so for now, I would just like to move forward with just what we have presented. I personally am not in favor either of these proposed screen porches and covered porch additions, as they would exceed that 400 square foot size to the RV sites, and it's not in harmony with the intent of official controls. They are reasonable. Their uses, reasonable uses on residential structures. They just don't quite work for the RV units with that size.
I'm supportive of that suggestion.
Any other comments?
No.
Make the motion, baby.
I can if you'd like.
Yeah,
No
might
problem.
as well.
Sure. Well, then at this time, this is Veronica. I'm going to make the motion to deny the screened porch requests for C19 and C22 with the roof extensions and screened porch requests. I will have a findings of facts. Number 1 is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intents of the official controls. No, the proposed screened porch and covered porch additions on C19 and C22 would exceed the 400 square feet size to the RV sites and would not be in harmony with the intent of the official controls. Number 2 is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by an official control. Screened porches and covered decks are reasonable uses on residential structures that do not have to meet that 400 square foot RV unit. However, the RV units have that 400 square feet max size cap, and allowing these additions would well exceed that 400 square feet threshold and is not a reasonable use. I will adopt findings of fact number 3, number 5, and modify number 4 by slashing the 6 sheds and.
This is Larry. I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion by myself with the findings of facts provided, a second by Larry. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. The motion has, or the application has been denied. Okay, you will receive a decision letter from Environmental Services, giving you the next steps for those permits for those sheds. And your next step on these.
Thank you.
Okay, variance application 71-B-25 by Michael Rugemeyer. Part of Government Lot 1, Section 19, Township 141, Range 32, Akeley Township on Indian Lake, a natural environment lake. Parcel 01.19.00400. The applicant is requesting a variance from Section 506.5 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to allow a non-conforming structure to be used as a guest cottage. Mr., is it Rugemeyer?
Correct, Rugemer.
Rugemeyer, okay. Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Mike Rugemer, 2114 Quartz Lane, Eagan, Minnesota. That's home address.
Okay,
Address up here is 27559 Hillview Road, Nevis, 56467.
okay, thank you. And if you could give us a description of your request, please.
Basically, I'd like to take the existing cabin, convert that to a guest cottage, so we can build up on the hill up by the garage unit.
Okay. All right, for the record, the application requests a variance to allow the existing 14 by 48 by 13.75 non-conforming cabin measuring 82 feet from the ordinary high water mark, which 150 is required for the natural environment lake. The application sketch shows as being 3 feet from the side lot line, 10 foot is required, and it's entirely located in a bluff impact zone to be used as a guest cottage. In 1997, the applicant was granted a variance to slightly enlarge the original structure and rebuild the rear, non-lakeside half. And the variance also included multiple conditions. Do I have any questions from the board before I open for public comment?
This is Ken. The existing cabin there, what utilities and stuff does it have in it?
What type of stuff does it have in it?
Yeah, water, sewer, electric, kitchens, what
Water
does?
with a kitchen.
I-
Water.
You can talk, there you go.
Yeah, water, kitchen sink and water. There's no bathroom facilities.
Okay, so your bathhouses were the.
Shower house up
and
about
shower
30 feet
and-
away.
And restroom were.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay.
This is Veronica speaking. Where does your kitchen sink drain?
Into the sewage system.
Oh, so you've got it to go
Yeah, it's
towards
hooked
your
up to
bathhouse?
to
Okay,
the septic system.
perfect.
This is Tim speaking. Do you have a legal easement through your neighbor's property?
Yes, there was a variance for that.
Okay.
Yep. I'm not sure when it was. I think it was 98. 97. That was for that addition that was put on.
I was asking about the easement for the driveway, getting to that house that you're calling the primary now.
The primary now, what about
I
the
said, do you have easement across your neighbor's property?
egress and, yes,
You have a legal easement?
yes, legal easement.
Can see it.
Part of the road where you come down down the hill.
Yeah, down the
That
hill.
area is on the neighbor's property. That's what you're saying.
No, the whole driveway driving to that was
Oh,
on the
oh.
neighbor's property.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
But they granted you easement or permission?
no, it was a, we came in for a variance and they.
Recorded?
Yep.
Would he need a variance for a legal easement?
Depends. I'll have to look at it.
Because besides the bluff, I was concerned about eventually if a neighbor had the right to close that off because of the hill and everything, how you would even get a fire truck or an ambulance to that place.
Part of the reason of building up on the hill,
Right.
yeah. Eventually that one may come down, just because there's no point in doing both, so.
This is Veronica speaking. I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Ken already asked my question for the plumbing, and so there's just no bathroom, but just kitchen.
The other question I have is, the pictures that were sent, couldn't tell what applied to what, but they were for what's currently in the bath shower house, and in that storage shed, those look to be finished off for living?
Yes, they're both used. I
Okay,
mean, the shower house, you mean finished on the inside?
yeah, well, let's say the storage building, is there a
That's
sewer
a-
system in there?
It's a cabin kit, and they're 3-foot panels, so they're logs, it looks like logs, both sides. So it's finished that way.
Storage building?
Storage, yeah.
Inside, is it
Yeah.
just sleeping quarters, or are there other facilities in it?
There are sleeping quarters in there, which, when I first, I think it was back in, 9/6/12, we got a permit to build a shed. What I did was I got this from my boss. He gave it to me, and I couldn't just say no. There was furniture and other things in it, so I said I'd take it. A couple years later, I put it up, and then I stored all the things that were there as far as beds and dressers.
The question I'm asking, are there utilities? Is there water, sewer, electric, et cetera in it?
No,
Nothing.
just electric.
Only in that
Only
storage?
electric, yeah.
And how about the bathhouse?
The bathhouse has,
Everything in it?
Everything.
Including sleeping quarters?
no, we don't sleep in there.
Has kitchen,
That's just storage in there, air mattresses and that type
Right.
of thing.
well, it looked like there were 2 bunk beds.
Yeah, we've used those for shelves, basically.
Oh, when nobody's sleeping on them.
No.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
This application has nothing to do with the new house or any permit for the new house or new building at this point.
Well, they're somewhat related. As long as this structure remains on the lot, we can't issue a permit for a new house to be built on it without the condition that this one goes away.
What I'm trying to get at is that storage building in violation to now, at this point, since it has living quarters in it?
Yeah, if it's being used as a dwelling space.
It is, okay. If the cabin he's asking for, we would say no. You can't convert that to living quarters, or it has to be tore down if you build a new building. Without the new building, that storage could still remain there. How am I saying that?
Well, if we stop using it as sleeping quarters and just use it as a shed, that wouldn't come in effect with the request to turn the existing primary to a guest cottage. And that's the only way I'd be able to build up on the hill.
Guess what I'm trying to get at. The current primary living residence on this lot is the cabin.
Correct.
And the storage shed, that could be considered a guest cabin at this point, right? Legally, the lot's big enough for that.
I believe so.
And it's outside the bluff.
Yeah. It's back 150 foot back and it's, yeah.
But the request is to retain this.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get to that. So when this gets built, and if we deny this becoming a guest cabin, this other one could still be there, still stay there. Implying we don't have to worry about anything about that storage building, even though it's now currently being used for sleeping quarters. Am I making sense?
If there's a violation, environmental services will address it,
Yes, okay.
correct? I mean, for his question.
Yeah, based on the primary structure that is being asked to be used as a guest cottage, with that being the primary structure, then this storage, the structure that was permitted as a storage structure could be used as a guest cottage, but they would need to get an after-the-fact land use permit to convert its use from a storage structure to a guest cottage.
Yeah. Okay.
Or they could make it a shed, like he said, and move his other primary up for a guest, out, away from the bluff.
Yeah, the alternative would be to remove the contents that are causing it to be used as a dwelling and have it be used as a storage structure like it was permitted.
Or move the entire thing out of the bluff. Yes.
But that's depends upon once they want to permit this.
Yeah, to just,
Now, the simple question is, for us, would we approve that cabin, the current primary cabin, would we approve it to be improved to be a guest cabin in the future?
That is the question at
Ba-
hand.
Based on where it's located in the bluff, 3 feet from the property line, and about half the distance to the allowable ordinary high water mark.
Right.
Would-
Personally, for myself, the answer is no.
Yeah, well, that's where it was headed, yes.
I agree.
Personally, this is Veronica speaking, the guest cottage being 82 feet in the ordinary high water mark. And like you mentioned, 3 feet from the side lot line, and the entire structure is within the 30-foot bluff crest setback. I am opposed to retaining it as a guest cottage.
Yes.
There's other locations on the property that it could be moved to meet those setbacks and to be utilized. Have you considered moving it?
moving the existing cabin?
Correct,
No.
yep,
No, I'm looking to build new for season,
right,
and that is not,
correct.
mean,
I just meant during the time when you're gonna have all the construction equipment and moving everything, and if you would be open to just moving that just to where it meets setbacks.
I would probably just tear it down and dispose of it.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny application 71V25 for converting current primary residence into a guest cabin in the future. And I accept the findings of fact from the staff.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Ken made a motion to deny the application and adopt the staff's findings. Do I have a second?
This is Tim, I'll second the motion.
Okay, and it's the second by Tim. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, I vote aye.
Larry?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica. I vote aye to deny the application. You'll be receiving a letter from Environmental Services about the next steps.
All right,
Okay, next item on the agenda, variance 72-V-25. Ray and Marlo Benning, lots 17 and 18, Block 1, Sunny Point Addition, Section 21, Township 139, Range 33, Crow Wing Lake Township on Second Crow Wing Lake, a recreational development lake, parcel 06.37.01500. Applicants are requesting after-the-fact variances from Section 502.2 and 503 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance for 2 platforms and an accessory structure located within the 100-foot ordinary high water mark setback and 30-foot bluff crest structure setback and bluff impact zone. Thank you so much. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Ray Benning. The property's at 12431 Beach Drive, Nevis.
Thank you. And you?
Marlo Benning.
Okay, same address?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, state it for the record, please.
12431 Beach Drive, Nevis.
Perfect, thank you. And if you could please just give us a description of your request.
So we received a violation letter in October last year, and there's a couple of things. There's 6 items on there. One was the rock that we had placed over some carpet that the previous owner had there, and we added a wood 4x4 pallet shed on the property closer to the shoreline. Talked with Demi from Environmental Services and worked it out with her. We agreed to remove all the rock and the carpet. We will get the coir mats and purchase minimum of 72 plants to return it to vegetation. Granted, we bought it in 2020. The vegetation had been dead by the previous owners from at least 2015, we found pictures of. But we agreed that we would take care of that and get that up to code, being it's on the bluff. It's a very steep area, just we were worried about washing out, and that's why we put the rock there to kind of hold it. It was washing. So the variance, when they also came out, they noticed that we replaced the stairs that were there since 1993, and it had a 6x6 platform at the top of the bluff. I was in the hospital at the time, very ill. The year prior, very ill, so I wasn't functional. My wife had hired a contractor to replace that. It was failing. One of the steps had broken when somebody was walking down there. It was rotting, basically. She hired a contractor. He built a steel frame, composite deck, manufactured, welded on site, and concrete in the legs for stability. He made it 2 feet bigger. It didn't go 2 feet closer to the lake. It went 2 feet on the side and towards the shoreline, which she didn't know at the time that we had to get a variance for
I
that.
had no idea. He just called and said, can I make it 2 feet longer? Because he didn't want to, he said, let's just save that steel. And I'm like, okay, I have no idea.
They were in that length, so we didn't have to cut it. Anyways, so that's why that got larger. But it was in the same spot, same staircase going down.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So for verification, this prior size was 6x6.
Correct.
So now it's 8x8.
8x8.
So it's really 2 feet and 2 feet bigger.
Yes, 2 feet
Okay.
to the side and 2
Yep.
feet towards the cabin.
Okay,
We
just
didn't
wanted
go out the lake side.
some clarification.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're correct.
Which I also didn't know. I thought he just said 2 feet out this way, so. And we were in the hospital at the time with
Yeah,
him,
it was-
so. Anyways, bad time.
Yeah. So that was the one item. The other, so we removed that 4x4 shed, took that little wood shed. We also have a 5x6 storage shed on the property that is set back 15 feet from the bluff. It's been there since 2008. Prior to 2008, that's what the previous owners could find for pictures where it was there. Anyways, we haven't changed anything. It's the same size, same structure. Everything is there as it was then.
Okay, while you're on that note, in 2008, did they get a permit?
Demi could not find one.
Okay,
We don't know.
okay.
The owner has dementia now, so. don't have a clue. The patio that is in discussion also for the after the fact, that we found pictures from the previous owners. They were able to find from 19, oh no, wait, where was that? 2006 that was put in place. We haven't done anything with that. It's there. It's always been there since we owned it. Like I said, we owned
Storage
it.
shed.
No, this
Oh.
is the patio.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the storage shed was 2008. The patio's been there since at least 2006. You can see the grass has already grown around the whole structure. So obviously it wasn't put in that year, but I don't know when it was actually put in. And again, I don't know that there was a variance for that when they did that. And I don't know if he did it when he built the cabin or not, but it's been there. And we've, like I said, we only owned it since 2020, so. Those are the three items we're looking for, the after-the-fact variance.
Okay,
for.
appreciate it. Thank you very much. Gonna just jump right in and open for public comment. And I'm gonna close public comment, seeing none. Okay, gonna jump in real quick. What's your deadline for your retaining wall to bring it up to? That's okay, I was just curious. I'm sure it's in
No,
there.
well, July. They
Have all
agreed to
your
do
stuff
2
re-
parts.
Okay.
So, the first half has to be done by July, I can't remember if it's the beginning of July or the end of July.
Mm-hmm.
The second half has to be done by September. But we will probably do it all right away, because we're gonna order the plants from the county,
Sure.
whatever it is, CSW. Anyways, from them, and if you buy them in the
Now.
winter, you get a discount.
Discount,
and
sure.
I'd just rather just remove them, do it all right away.
The 5x6 plastic storage shed that you said was there
Yes.
since 2000.
2008 at least.
Is that the same storage shed? That's the same
Yes,
unit? It's
same, exactly.
Been
It's been
thriving
there.
all this
Yep,
time?
Yep.
Okay,
It's still-
that's why I asked
Yeah,
about
and
the
it's still,
permit.
it's that
Wasn't sure if
plastic,
it's
so
the
it's
same
still in
one.
good shape, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't done anything with it.
Okay. During lot views, you mentioned excessive amount of stormwater runoff going down that bluff.
There was the gutter, I don't know if you have it on here, on the, what would that be, the south side? It drains, Demi had noticed it drains, the spout comes down and then it goes into a PVC, and then it goes under the patio to the bluff, and then it goes and washes out there. So she suggested we change the spout of the rain gutter to go out the, what side is it? That'd be the east side towards the driveway, to go out that way rather than going down the bluff. And we agreed that we can do that.
Okay, do I have any questions or comments from the board? Unfortunately, during the snow cover, we couldn't really see the patio because it
Right.
wasn't cleared off.
She had pretty good pictures of it.
True, but visual, it's nice to have a
Yeah.
visual when we're doing lot
Oh,
views
yeah, I get
for
that.
fact finding. Well, in 1993, when the 6x6 platform was first made, so what you're giving me information was that that's when that was first built to get down.
Yes.
Well, in 1993, it still exceeded the footprint. The footprint should have been 32 square feet, or maybe even less at that time. Now, at 8x8, it's double the size. I personally don't have, I'm not open to retaining it, being double the square footage, double the size. Stairways, lifts, and landings are meant for just that, to go down, make a turn. You know, a 32 square foot platform is all that's necessary, not a place to sit and view the lake, because you've got that up on your patio. It's very level up there. I'm not in favor of retaining that, but that's just my opinion. The patio paver being right up to the crest of the bluff, again, that's something that we generally don't gravitate towards. We try to protect the crest of the bluff and the bluff itself and the lake and the water going down to the lake. But again, that's just where I stand at this point. The plastic storage shed can be relocated.
This is Tim. I agree. I would move the pavers out to 4 feet from the house or somewhere in there, and I'd move the shed and the platform. I'm neutral on the platform, if somebody has a different idea.
Could I say something? I mean, like, I was ill, like, what, it cost us $20,000 to have that thing built in place. It's very expensive, and it'd be just probably almost that amount to have it redone. Maybe not quite that much, but that was my concern on that one. The storage shed, Demi did look at the lot, and she looked at a couple places. We have the problem with the well on the one side, the septic's on the mound on the driveway. She thought we could move it by the garage, but we can't because it's too close to the lot line there, because it's only 10 feet from the garage to the line, and it's a 6-foot shed. And we'd also have to remove trees to move it there where she wanted it. And that's why she suggested put it on the
What do you store in the shed?
cushions, mainly cushions for the patio furniture, some garden stuff, and some like charcoal.
Lake-related stuff?
Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
How significant is the structure of the platform? And what would be the
It's steel.
effort required to
Yeah, a lot of
cut it back to 32
It would be
square feet?
a lot of effort. It would have to be completely disassembled. It's, like I said, it's welded in concrete and
Anybody,
Yeah, he explained that. It's in concrete. It's in concrete, the posts and the frame's all welded.
all welded steel.
so it'd be kind of disruptive to the hillside if they had
More
to
so
tear it up
than-
and redo it? Okay.
I mean, if the storage shed, if that's, we could move it, we can't get it all the way to the 100 because that's where we run into the problem with the trees in the garage. But we could move it, I don't know if it shows in a picture where like that swing set is.
This is Ken. I'm not troubled by the shed. It's 15 foot from the bluff. It's lake-related structure, quite small. And visually from there's a wood pile next to it. I'm not troubled by that shed.
Okay.
I think I'm with Tim. That paver patio's gotta be torn up and revegetated. And I agree with him that probably leave about 4 feet just for drip edge or whatever you wanna call along the wall. And I'd like the platform to be reduced, but I'm not so sure that there's a benefit to the county.
Here's a picture for
Oh,
you,
yeah,
for the Anderson.
yeah. I'm not so sure there's a benefit to the county, given all the other structure stuff around there, to completely, basically tear it down and start over. So, I'm thinking out loud now, but as much as I'd like to see it go back, that looks pretty problematic, so. Okay, my comments.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the other staff or other board members?
This is Larry. What would be legal for the pavers to make like a sidewalk to the staircase going down size-wise.
4 foot wide.
4 foot wide, but they could run that length from the house then out with 4 feet wide.
You could do a 4 foot wide sidewalk connecting the house sliding door to the walkway stairs that go down to the lake.
Okay, okay. I get what you're
So
saying.
you would be open to reducing it to that? Okay.
Yes, we haven't had any runoff issues off
No,
of there at
just-
all.
Just the only one that's,
It's just
it's
that,
only been that drain spout was, I mean, otherwise it doesn't even run that way, it runs towards the cabin, but.
no problems.
We're trying to get as many things fixed as we can here and stay within the
Yeah, 'cause
ordinance.
we realize that a lot of stuff
Are you
wasn't done
proposing
right.
that, since they're allowed a 4 foot wide walk path, that you could leave the pavers, if we did 4 feet from the building, you could also do a walkway straight to the stairs, 4 feet, that's what you're, that probably makes sense, yeah, okay.
And yeah, as far as the platform, yeah, it would do more harm than good to pull that up to just reduce it by 2 feet on each side. Comes under the category of things happen.
Anyone prepared for a motion?
Who wants to make the motion?
This is Veronica speaking. I gave my input on where I fall, so you,
All right.
rest of you are,
This is Larry. I'll take a shot at it here. I would be in favor of this variance with the, I don't know if we want to do conditions to reduce the pavers to less than a 4 foot width leading from along the house and then also a sidewalk out to the staircase, if that makes sense. The shed, I agree with Ken, basically can stay there. It's been there forever and, yeah, if it falls apart or whatever, let's make it go away. And then the staircase, yes, it's oversized, overbuilt, but at this point, taking it out is probably a real liability to you and doesn't really gain us a whole lot as far as the quality of the lake and everything. So, in findings of facts for number 1, it is oversized, we acknowledge that, but to have a landing pad, it is a fairly steep staircase and long, so to have a break in it is reasonable. Is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner? It is reasonable to have a staircase to the lake and access. So I believe that could be a yes as well. Is the need for the variance due to circumstances unique to the property and not created by the current or prior property owners? That one's tough.
Well, it was created, it is unique to the property because of how steep that is so we needed, not just one straight stairway, we gotta have a landing to go around. And, also, the circumstances were unique to the property. The owner was in the hospital when the contractor did it, but
Can you bring the contractor in so we can rip on him?
Well, I actually,
property
I've
is
talked
at
to
a
him,
steep hill.
and
We
I
needed
told
it
him,
there.
Right.
I just mentioned to him that he should really, when he's doing lake properties, he should let people know that they should get variances if they don't know.
Right.
So, yeah, I did talk to him.
Okay. All right, thank you, Tim. And then accept staff's findings of facts for number 4 and number 5.
Okay, we have a motion by Larry to approve the application. Are you putting a condition that if and when the shed needs replaced, it needs to be removed? Because you said when it
Yes.
falls apart, it goes away.
Yes.
Okay, with the condition that the 5x6 shed, if and when it needs replaced to meet setbacks, or just remove it?
It can be set, well, yeah, it can't be where it is.
Right, okay.
Yep.
And he provided findings of facts for 1, 2, and 3, and adopted number 4. Do I have a second?
This is Ken, I'll second it.
Okay, and a second by Ken. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
Ken, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Like I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote nay. Okay, your application has been approved. You'll be getting a decision letter from Environmental Services by the end of the week or so with the next steps. Okay, moving on. Variance application 73-B-25 by Ryan Mansell, part of Government Lot 1, Section 5, Township 140, Range 34, Henrietta Township on Ingram Lake, a natural environment lake. Parcel 13.05.01100. The applicant is requesting variances from sections 701 and 904.6 of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to rebuild and enlarge a structure devoted to a nonconforming use and make the impervious surface area percentage on the property more nonconforming. Okay, thank you. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Ryan Mansell, my address is 8825 245th Avenue Northeast, Stacy, Minnesota. The lot is 17523, County 18,
Okay.
Park Rapids.
Okay, thank you, sir. And just for the record, it's a non-conforming tavern use operates on the property. On October 9th, 2025, a fire occurred in the structure, and the variance request is to be able to rebuild and enlarge the structure. Section 701, non-conforming uses in the Shoreland Management Ordinance doesn't allow a structure devoted to a non-conforming use to be altered or enlarged, so the proposed new structure will also increase the property's non-conforming impervious surface area percentage to 31.8. Most of the impervious surface area consists of County 18 and 175th Avenue paved and gravelled surfaces. Okay, you want to go ahead with some more of the request?
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking for is, I want to take the living quarters that were on the second level and move them to the northwest side of the building. I'm trying to get rid of the stairs. When the fire happened, we almost didn't make it out of there.
Scary, yeah.
And we did end up losing a dog, and it was, it just went up so fast. And that was the only way out. There was no other staircase or anything on the outside of the building because we do a business there. And for having a staircase on the outside of the building, you'd have customers trying to go up or people that don't know, and yeah, it just,
Makes sense.
it's, I talked to my insurance agent, whatnot, having a staircase on the outside of a tavern, not a good idea.
So this is Tim speaking. I think there was a public comment asking about, somebody may be concerning about your expansion. Could it get close to anybody's property line? Are you going?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
None of the new? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That neighbor is to the east, and all of his expansion is to the west and south, if I recall.
Correct. And I do have a neighbor to the north too, but I've talked to them, and the property line's plenty far back.
Okay.
Eric, I have a question. You know, this is clearly a replacement for a building or a structure that was destroyed by fire. You noted that there were some decks that had been constructed without permits. Do we have to correct that in any way if we approve this variance for him to go ahead and build what he's proposing? Do we have to do anything in retrospect to clean that up at all?
No, the proposed new structure would occupy the space of the platform on the west side of the building, and he's also got in his proposed plans a replacement of the deck that was added to the south side, so assuming permits are obtained for that new construction, that would address those issues.
Okay. I think this is pretty straightforward. The main practical difficulty is Highway 18 and 175th Street provide most of the impervious surface, which makes things difficult. And the fact that a natural environment lake, Ingram Lake, is across the road from 18, which puts you in a different category having to deal with that, is what I'm trying to say. There are practical difficulties that come with the physical situation, roads, et cetera.
I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment. And seeing none, we'll close public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, snuck right up there, sorry about that, apologize. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Andrew McFarland, live at 17467 Grackle Road, Park Rapids. I live to the northwest, so I'm kitty corner, so we see the bully barn from our house, and we have no problem with it being there. I'm asking you guys to allow his variance, and like I said, we have no problem with it. Ryan supports the community. He also supports the vets through charitable gambling. So,
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
appreciate that. Okay. Any other public comment?
You're across 4 to the northwest of him?
if you pull up the map, I'm right at 175th and Grackle and County 18. That's all of our property there.
Okay.
No further public comment, I'll close public comment. And this is Veronica, I'm in agreement with Ken as far as the restraints are due to the impervious surface on the County 18 and 175th. The proposed structure would still be located in the same spot as the historic structure that was damaged by the fire. And it's over 400 feet from Ingram Lake. And it's elevated in the right-of-way, so physically keeps the stormwater runoff, from reaching that lake. So I'm in favor of approving the application.
I have one more question. Eric, if I recall the ordinance requirements, when something like this happens, he has 1 year to correct it or to build. Do you think you can, if we approve this, do you think you can have this rebuilt by next October?
I'm gonna try.
So we should be, if he struggles with getting it done in time, what would he do? He come back for you and ask for an extension? Or is that another thing that's gotta come back to the variance board?
It would require a variance if the use would lapse and not resume within a year of when the fire happened, then a variance would need to be obtained to commence the use again, or you would also have the option of applying for a conditional use permit.
Okay.
Could we extend his time with this variance?
If he had requested that, such that we could then have given public notice accordingly, yes, but we would need to table it so that we could renotice to that effect if that was something you were interested in doing.
Since he's not requested it, we can't.
Wasn't noticed.
Right.
Wasn't noticed. Okay.
got quite
Yeah,
a,
I was trying to look at maybe extending it because it could be problematic, but you're saying we can't because it wasn't noticed. Okay.
is it October 9th? Is that your deadline? Yeah. Do you already have a contractor in mind and maybe looking at,
Yes, I do.
obviously? Okay, so you've got some good,
We have everything lined up.
perfect, all right, great deal.
Okay.
This is Mike, are you demoing a lot of it, or are you trying to maintain some of it?
The only thing we are gonna keep is the foundation.
Just the foundation?
That is it.
Then you got a project.
Okay, is anyone prepared for a motion?
I'll do it. This is Ken. I'll make a motion that we approve variance request 73V25 with the condition that, and I'm looking for the drawing, that the new structure is built according to the drawings that are submitted, and I'm looking for a, well, all I can say is, per the drawings, architectural drawings, that labeled Bully Barn, and dated 12/15/25, that's included in the application package.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by
And
Kim.
accept the findings of facts.
Perfect, to approve the application as per the site plan dated 12/15/2025 and adopt the staff's findings of facts. Do I have a second?
This is Tim, I'll second.
Okay, and a second by Timothy. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
Ken, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. Your application has been approved. You'll be receiving a letter from Environmental Services on obtaining your land use permit and so on. So
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next item on the agenda, variance application 74-B-25 by Rivers Edge Cattle Company LLC, part of the northwest quarter and part of the southwest quarter, Section 5, Township 140, Range 34, Henrietta Township, parcels 13.05.00100 and 13.050610. Applicant is requesting a variance from Section 4, Subdivision A1B5 of the subdivision ordinance to exceed the maximum of 4 lots per quarter section of land that can front a side of a public road. Okay, you can go ahead and please state your name and address for the record.
I'm TJ Simon. I'm the authorized agent for Rivers Edge Cattle. My address is 18513 209th Avenue, Park Rapids 56470.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And go ahead and give us a description of this first subdivision, please.
The first subdivision, what we're doing is we are taking a few parcels and making 9-acre parcels along 175th. The reason for this, the minimum lot requirement on this ones are 300. These lots are 363 on average to make 9 acres for all 4 of those parcels. The 5th parcel, which drops below that quarter line, is a 54-acre parcel that is also being sold.
Okay, do I have any questions from the board at this time? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open for public comment. Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment.
Is it only that 5th parcel to the, I guess it was the north, next to Tract I? Is that the only one that is conflicted in this?
That's correct. That's what makes it the 5th parcel in that.
And
Yep.
nothing to the south, but just
Nothing
that
to the
one
south,
north?
correct.
Okay. And you said that's 50-some feet?
That is, I believe, 145 feet between the quarter line and the north line of Tract I.
So the probability that an access road to that lot.
Well, they
above
have
I
another.
In the future is not likely to be in that
That is correct.
50-foot section.
Because they would have another almost 600, 560 feet of that tract H to the north.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Want a motion?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I'll make a motion that we accept variance application 74 V25 and accept the staff's reports for the findings of fact.
I have a motion by Ken to approve the application 74-V-25, adopting the staff's findings of facts. Do I have a second?
This is Larry, I'll second.
Okay, and a second by Larry. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
This is Ken, a vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye on that subdivision application has been approved. And we'll hang out here and head on to the next.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, the next application, variance application 75-V-25 by River's Edge Cattle Company LLC, part of the northeast corner, section 7, township 140, range 34, Henrietta Township, parcels 13.05.00200, 13.06.00500, and 13.07.00150. The applicant is requesting a variance from Section 4, Subdivision A1B1 of the subdivision ordinance to create a tract that will not comply with the 300-foot minimum lot width requirement. And again, sir, TJ, if you would please state your name and address for the record.
TJ Simon, authorized agent for River Edge Cattle Company. My address is 18513 209th Avenue, Park Rapids, 56470.
Okay, and if you want to go ahead and proceed with this request.
For this request, we had to do a variance for the tract P. Prior to us being able to have this, you do need to have that 300-foot road frontage. That road frontage was what we had on that road. There was not anything we could change. So on this 28.31 acre piece, we did choose to have a septic design on it, 2 suitable septic situations on that. That was done, and then we're able to have that easement coming into the north. But that 163 feet or whatever, 160 feet on that bottom edge of 204th was there before.
Okay. So that
So it is just the one parcel.
Right.
Right, we're creating the 3 parcels, N, O, and P. One's 28 acres, one's 21 acres, and one's 11.88. Tract P is only needed for the variance because of the,
Residual one.
as we call the flag,
Yep.
flag parcel.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open for public comment. And I'll close public comment. Written comment that we received talked about flood, possible flood-prone area. Do you have any information on this possible flood-prone area? And are they talking about, I mean, to your knowledge, is it like snow? It talked about springtime, so I'm assuming snow melt?
I assume snow melt. I do not have any knowledge of that. When we did our septic design, we did have the septic design. Donathan was out there to do the septic designs. So we do have to, I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know personally. But there's 28 acres truly for one dwelling is where it's at this point.
There's no way to expand that 160 feet by getting 140 feet on either side of the property lines?
I mean, there's gonna be another easement coming into the north side of this property, so that doesn't mean that they'll have to put their driveway in. It's owned by someone else. I mean, I would have to go try to buy a piece of land from someone to help them processing that to get the 300 feet.
The access to this property is not through, won't be through this little,
They have another easement up on the coming in from the north.
Yeah, coming in from up here.
oh,
They have an
okay.
easement to get in over here.
I can't see that.
Where they put their driveway, that's not my decision, but they have an easement coming in. The septic design was done up there on that north side.
So there is public access to Tract P from the north?
Correct.
Through an easement
Through an
only.
easement, yep.
Okay.
Has anybody come forward to buy this before?
Not this piece, no.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments from the board members?
Well, that tells me if that little part down here wasn't part of it, there wouldn't be an issue.
Correct.
It's just that this little thing happens to be a artifact
The flag piece.
of the plating.
We wouldn't
Oh.
have to be here necessarily without the flag piece.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have public comment, sir?
I do.
Okay, I closed public comments
Is
already.
there a way to reopen that? I just want to speak to the water issue.
Absolutely. You may come and do public comment, and I'll open public comment. Please state your name and address for the record.
Aaron Schuler, 16606 204th Street, Park Rapids.
Okay. And go ahead, sir.
Okay, just about every spring, I think every spring that we have lived at this property, which has been almost 13 years now,
Are you the neighboring property?
I am the neighboring property to the west.
So on the screen here, when we had the aerial view, you're the one on the west.
Yep, I'm right here.
Okay.
And I recently spoke to this neighbor as well.
Mhm.
There's a fence line that borders my property and his that is owned by a cattle company now. And I would say every third spring, there are fence posts out there that are 4 feet high. And that's, sometimes that's almost covered completely with water in that area. So all of the snow melt goes into that area where potentially a driveway could be in.
Okay.
And I know this property owner to the east recently put in a new septic system, mound system, that could potentially be influenced if they had to build up a road in there and put a culvert, and all that water is now diverted towards my property and his, rendering parts of our properties unusable for a period of time.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate your input. Thank you.
I interpret that as, that could never really be an egress or ingress area because of the water in spring? Is that what I'm hearing?
There's a possibility, but that's would be
So
to,
building up the driveway may
May-
hold it back and
Exactly.
pond it.
yeah.
Okay.
And so they'd probably have to put in a few culverts
Culverts.
along there.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment with there's no further public comment. Okay. Well, this is Veronica speaking. I understand the public comment, but as the applicant also suggested or explained that there is an easement so that there can be egress to the property on the north side. Whoever purchases the property may have a driveway utilizing the easement and not ever utilize this. That's beyond our control at this point. I'm sure if a driveway's put in place, that's gonna be put in properly, you know, by the county and such with the driveway approaches and the proper culverts. So I'm in favor of approving the application.
I agree.
Well, this is Veronica. I'll make a motion to approve the application and adopt the staff's findings of facts.
This is Tim, I'll second that motion.
Okay, the motion by myself to approve the application, second by Tim, adopting the staff's findings of facts. So Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
Can I vote aye?
Larry, how do you vote?
I also vote aye.
And this is Veronica, myself. I vote aye. The application has been approved. Again, you'll receive a... Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Missed you, Mike. Sorry. Mike, one more time.
Mike, I vote no.
You vote no. You vote nay. All right. 1 nay, 4 approve. Still, you'll receive a letter from Environmental Services.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, Mike. Parcel. Okay, we are going to go back to 69-B-25. Right? Right. Okay.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, absolutely. Would you like a 5-minute break? Eric, can we take a 5-minute break? I'm going to take a 5-minute break, please. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone for taking the little break. Give us a break in this. We're gonna go ahead and resume. So the next application on the agenda is going to be application 69-V-25 by CDSA Friendship Ventures. Government Lot 5, Section 15, Township 143, Range 34, Lake George Township on Lake George, a recreational development lake. Parcel 17.15.03081. The applicant is requesting variances from Section 701.E and 701.G of the Shoreland Management Ordinance to be able to maintain and commence new uses of two non-conforming structures and a non-conforming deck that are located within the 100-foot ordinary high watermark setback. So, thank you, gentlemen. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name's Jeremy Donabauer, 80 Point Drive, Waconia, Minnesota, 55387. We're, I guess, an authorized agent, but we're looking at purchasing the property.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Kenny Swanson, 5237 Lower 10 Mile Lake Road, Hackensack.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. And if you would go ahead, please, with your request.
Yeah, Kenny and I are the prospective buyers here, and also in the audience is John LeBlanc. He's the CEO for True Friends. He might want to come up and say a few words, I'm not sure, but we've been partnering with True Friends for about a year now, trying to work through all the entanglements of platting this property. It's been quite extensive. I will say that Eric's been a big help in all this. In June, well, I guess I should back up. So the camp discontinued their usage, I believe, in 2024. And then since the camp has voluntarily discontinued their use for 12 consecutive months, they lost their legal nonconformity status. And so that is kind of what brings us here for these variances. In June 24, multiple failing septic sites were discovered out there. That's also about the time that I understand that the camp went up for sale. In the spring of 2025, our company entered a purchase agreement with the camp. In the summer and fall of 2025, we worked together with the camp to bring all the septics back into compliance. Tonight, we are seeking variance for 3 items, followed by a preliminary plat. Our first variance is located on Lot 2. This is also known as Jacob's Cabin. There was a previously approved variance in 2010 to expand this structure. Our desire is for this structure to be classified as the primary dwelling for Lot 2. Variance number 2 is located on Lot 4. This cabin is known as Fort Lund. We believe it was constructed prior to 1940, possibly somewhere in there. We do have a 1940s era air photo that shows it up on the property. There was a subsequent variance there in 1989. We would like the structure to remain and be classified as a recreational structure. We would be comfortable and happy to remove the beds and the stove to try to keep the structure in as much compliance as possible. We do not want it to be a guest house or any of those purposes. On this lot, the dining hall would serve as the primary dwelling. Variance 3 is located on Lot 6. It's also known as Cabin 6. It was constructed in 1979. In 2005, there was a permit obtained for the deck reconstruction. We'd like the deck to be allowed to be remain as is. We have no plans for rebuilding the deck. In our estimation, it's in good shape. A couple other things maybe just to mention. The off-water properties are not going to have access lots. There's no moorings or anything like that that are being proposed, so they do not have any legal access to the lake. And just in general, the camp has been a great partner with us to get those septics updated this summer. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Just asking the board, is this something we can move forward all together? Or do we need to separate any of them?
I think we could, I don't know if you separate them, but we might want to talk about lot by lot, what the conformances are. I don't know.
Sure, yep.
I have some general questions just to start with. By the way, thanks for supplying the square footage.
you're welcome, yep.
On lot 2, you have 3 structures besides the Jacob cabin. What, are they all identical on the inside? What's the inside look like on those 3 structures?
Yeah, so the inside of this 3 structures that are behind Jacobs on lot 2, in addition to, I'll just let you know, both structures on lot 5 and the structure on lot 6, they're all essentially identical. They are what I would call bunk cabins. There's no kitchens. There are 2 restrooms. There's like a boys and a girls restroom, and then there's several bunks. I believe there's a fireplace in each one of them.
Okay, so let me just focus on 2 for right now.
Okay, yep.
There's 3 of them there, all about the same size, and they have, is it one big room? Or the restrooms? What's in,
Yeah, the restrooms obviously are 2 separate restrooms.
okay,
And then it's more of an open space bunk area with maybe a couple walled off
Pretty open.
rooms, but it's very open and bunks,
cooking facilities at all?
no cooking.
So restrooms, showers? No, just bathrooms.
There's a shower in each one.
There's a shower in each one.
Okay, so they're very livable, except for cooking.
Yep, no kitchen. Yep,
Okay, and all 3 are similar that way?
yes.
And you mentioned the one on 5 is also that way? Not
Both
the,
of-
not the one in the impacts or shore setback zone, but the one that's back farther?
Both of them on 5 are identical to the ones on 2.
Oh, both of them on 5?
Correct.
Same way, okay. And you mentioned 6 too, the one on 6?
6 is identical, correct.
They're all, so basically with bathrooms, bathroom showers, and bunks, some partitioning, which could be bedrooms.
I don't know it well enough to call it if it would be a bedroom or not.
I'm trying to understand how far they are along to be able to be a formal guest cabin on the lots. That's why I'm asking the
Sure,
question.
yep, it makes sense. Our desire is to not have them be guest cabins. Our desire would be to have work within the ordinance of the 700 square feet allowable, and we could even declare that, which ones those are this evening. But then the additional area or cabins themselves would then be called recreational structures.
Okay. Eric, the we have the variance, and then we have the plat application, or CUP, or whatever it's gonna be. Is the conditions on those structures, in terms of size or whatever they're gonna use for, is that best handled in the plat application where you put constraints or conditions on it, and that right now we should just be focusing on the fact that they're asking for allowing structures to be in the shore zone? Where would we address those?
any conditions that you would want to apply to the requested variances, you'd want to apply to the variances. It would not be the place to attach conditions to the plat application that pertain to the variances that are requested.
Okay.
Eric, this is Veronica speaking. I think what Ken is questioning is during this variance application for this first one on Jacob's Cabin on Lot 2, because he has concerns that living quarters can be made in any of those 3 additional buildings, would conditions be proper now on this variance request pertaining to Lot 2? The answer is no.
Or in the plat application?
If you want conditions on how this variance can be used on proposed lot 2, yeah, you'd want to put conditions on it, but you'd also need to make sure your conditions have a nexus
Right, for
to
this.
the variance that's requested.
Okay.
So to,
Address them now in the variance.
If they have a nexus to the variance that's at hand.
Oh, okay.
so I don't know that you could place restrictions on those other structures on proposed lot 2 as conditions for allowing the structure in the setback to be used as a dwelling.
So I couldn't, if I said I'm in favor of approving Jacob's Cabin staying there, under the condition that 2 of those other buildings are tore down and the other one's turned into a whatever, I can't do that.
No, I would not advise that you make a condition that they be removed. Because those are conforming structures, they meet setback.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but, so, they're, as far as the variance is concerned,
Just that.
there's no basis for putting any conditions or requiring a variance on those at this point in time. We're only dealing with the thing.
They're only asking for that dwelling that's within the setback to be able to be maintained since its use was discontinued and to use it as a dwelling.
Okay.
So how the other 3 structures on that lot are used would fall under the ordinance, and whomever might purchase that lot would need to comply with the ordinance in how they use those structures, and if they don't, then we deal with it at that point.
Okay.
Okay. Appreciate the clarification, thank you.
This is Larry. So in regard to that, if the other 2 structures are essentially identical, why are we not wanting one of those as the primary residence and then this one would be able to disappear?
You're saying in respect to Jacob's Cabin, why that would not be the,
Because the other 2 are out of the ordinary high water mark, correct?
yeah, Jacob's Cabin is a year-round structure has a kitchen in it and,
That
Yep.
answers that. All right, got it. The other 2 are different. They don't have the kitchen and stuff.
correct, yep.
Okay, very good.
Okay, do I have any other questions or comments? I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment. Okay, go ahead, you please say your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is John LeBlanc. I live in Minneapolis, but as Jeremy said, I work with True Friends.
Okay, yep, can you go ahead and give us your address, please?
Sure, 1425 West 28th Street, Minneapolis.
Thank you, sir.
Some of you may know, Camp Courage North began in the early 70s, and it was a gift from Walter and Lydia Dubner. Walter and Lydia invented the first handled grocery bag. That was kind of their claim to fame, and they eventually bought this property. When they donated it to Camp Courage, or to Courage Center in the early 70s, this camp has been used for people and children with disabilities since then. And literally thousands of people have come through that camp. But of course, due to COVID, we had to shut down that camp. We attempted to run it one summer since COVID, and we just had to shut it down until we could bring the rest of our organization back. We're getting close, but our board had to assess that camp and went through a lengthy assessment process a couple of years ago, and we decided to sell the camp. Of course, that was hard for the organization and neighbors. For a year, we spent time and outreach to try to sell this camp to other camp organizations, and we weren't successful. And during that time, at the end of that time, that's when Kenny and Jeremy came forward with this vision for this camp. And after some really good conversations, we were thrilled that we had this opportunity to do this. So, of course, we're very supportive of this. Our plan would be is we would put the proceeds in an endowment fund that will support Camp Courage South outside of Maple Lake. So that's our plan for the money, to continue to serve people with disabilities, just in a different location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
John, is it?
Oh, for
Yes.
the,
All right,
yes.
thank you. Some of the public comment has been concerned about the number of moorings or docks that are gonna be available.
Ted, you're talking there again.
What is, this is Ted speaking.
Yeah.
What was the number of docks, would you recall, that were on the property prior?
I think just the one at the waterfront right now.
Okay.
There could have been one in, I was gonna say in front of the chapel, but I don't think there's one there. No, I think it's just the waterfront.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. LeBlanc, did you sign the sign-in sheet as well?
Sign here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, do I have any other public comment? Okay. Okay, thank you. If you would please sign in and then state your name and address for the record.
My name is Steve Peterson. My address is 36907 New Milan Drive, Lake George.
Okay, thank you,
So
Mr.
we're
Peters.
just separated by that property by just one other property. My wife's grandparents were the Milans. That's why Milan Road, Milan Resort. And my father-in-law bought his cabin on Lake George in 1950, and that's where we reside right now. When I look at Camp Courage, one of the things that really made us want to live there is the fact that that was going to be Camp Courage forever, or that was going to be in perpetuity, according to Walter and Lydia's wishes. Well, what's perpetuity? Their wishes are not being they're not being held up at all if this is not part of Camp Courage. That was their wish, and it's not being granted. I'm worried about, Lake George is not that big. It's 788 acres, and you're adding 17 more cabins there. I don't know if the cabins that are not on the lake are going to have access to the lake, but you're going to have at least 7 or 8 other cabins on the lot there, and I'm worried about people fertilize their lawns, and the lake is weedy enough as it is. In fact, it's really gone weedy the last several years. So I'm afraid of the how it's going to be used. I'm afraid that there's not going to be regulations on what size motor you're going to use, the jet skis, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if this is going to be an association, but the main thing is I don't know how it was sold in the first place, because one of the attractions to Lake George is to have that forever as part of Camp Courage. And yeah, it's run down because we rented that place for a family reunion. They rented it to us, I think that was 3 years ago. And at that time, it was run down. They have not kept it up at all. And they could blame it on COVID, whatever they want, but you got mice in there, you got insects in there. The cabins are run down, so. And actually, the Dubner cabin that was originally built, that should probably be a historical site, if anything. But that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Okay, next for public comment, please write your name on the sign-in sheet and then state your name and address for the record.
I'm Will Jesse, and my address is 11 South, that's my old address, 36609 New Milan Drive. We built a home on that lot in 1989. My family has been coming to Lake George since 1949. So Lake George is a special place to us, and I feel the same way as the prior gentleman, that Camp Courage has always been a special place. In fact, my wife's siblings used to go to Dubner's and visit with Mr. Dubner and give them things and just spend a lot of time in Dubner's. So that's been a special place to us as well. And I guess my concern is, what's the overall plan? There's a lot more property there on New Milan Drive that's not these 3 lots. And what's the overall plan? What's going to be done with those? Are they going to be having lake access? Are there going to be moors and more docks that are put in to give them lake access? And, I just think there's a lot of information that's probably out there, but haven't been able to see it all yet. And I would just like to know what the overall plan is and what's going to become of that property. Is there going to be access off New Milan Drive, or is it all going to be off Courage North Drive? I mean, there's a lot of things that over and above these 3 lots, and what's the overall plan for those? Are there going to be, how many more cabins and homes are going to be built in there? So I guess that's my feeling and issue on it. And, I think there's a lot more information that the area needs to have, because like I say, that's been, me personally, I've been coming up here for over 50 years, and my wife's family since 49. So just like to have some more information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any other public comment?
I've got a couple comments, but I don't know if they should be at the preliminary plat part of it. Does that come up after this?
It does come up after this, yes.
It doesn't matter when I do it, I guess, but probably more.
You can do both.
What's that?
You can do both if you'd like, if they're addressing that road.
Cal Johansson, 38179 US 71, Lake George. I'm here for 2 purposes. I got a notice because I own property within a quarter mile of this property that's being sold. I'm also here representing Lake George Township as a supervisor. And we had some discussion at our last town board meeting. The Courage North Road that they talked about is blacktop, and that was blacktop by the Courage Center, I believe through a donation. You maybe know that. I don't remember, it's been a long time. At any rate, it was done because there was a lot of children that went through the camp
that were in wheelchairs, and so they blacktopped the road. That road goes through a low area on the south end that's kind of breaking up pretty bad, and we have some concerns with that, and probably will not always remain a blacktop road. So that's something that needs to be noted, at least in the plat, so that people don't think they're gonna have a blacktop road for the rest of their life if they buy in there. It may revert back to gravel because there's not enough funds within the township to keep it blacktopped. We keep maintaining it and fixing it as well as we can, but who knows what will happen in the future, so I just wanted to bring that up. As far as the rest of it, for me, there's a lot of sentiments there. We used to play volleyball when I was a kid with our parents when Dubner's owned it, and I don't think Walt and Lydia would be very happy that it's not gonna be a Courage Center anymore, but change happens and we don't have control over that. And if it's gonna be doing something being developed, at least it's gonna be on the tax roll, which it hasn't been for years. So there's a big tax base there that I look at. So,
All right,
thanks.
thank you.
Can I ask one quick question on that? This North Courage Drive, is that a township road or does that belong to this property as a private road?
No, it's township road.
It is township road, okay, very good.
Both roads that access the property are township roads.
Okay, very good.
Okay, do we have any other further public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close public comment. I appreciate all the information given during the comment that we can take under consideration. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
The only thing is, I think as we proceed, we should work our way through each of the 6 lots to make sure we cover the variances.
Sure, we just have the 3 that we need to,
Well, let me try.
oh, you bet.
Lot
Absolutely.
1 seems to be okay. The structure that's there is set back, and there's not a second structure, any issue. On Lot 2, there's that chapel, open air. We need to decide whether that needs to be dismantled or we're gonna leave it there. And we need to decide on Jacobs. On Lot 3, there is a gazebo that doesn't show in this drawing down by the lake. That should be removed, or there should be a variance on it. Lot 4 is that Fort Lund thing. Lot 5, the one that's in the zone, has a variance, so that's not an issue. And then, of course, on Lot 6, there is the deck.
Correct.
So that, in addition to the 3 that are being asked, there's at least 2 others, the chapel and that gazebo, that are non-conforming.
Okay, just to touch note, Ken, on the application references the A-frame shaped open-air chapel located on Lot 2, but it is not included in this variance request.
Yeah.
So I'm under the impression that it's going to be removed or discontinue its use, because it wasn't asked to retain
If we
it,
approve the variance, we should make some statement about what.
that you want it moved, that you want it removed.
Either removed or we allow it to be there. It's not very obnoxious or anything like that on Lot 2. And the same thing with that gazebo, which is more of a structure that probably should be removed or varianced.
This is Tim, that's what, question was, is, like on lot 4, that shed down by, why wasn't that, needing a variance to remain?
It would,
The small shed that way down on the lake?
it would need a variance to be able to keep it maintained, but it could sit there and just
Rot away.
basically rot away,
Okay,
yeah.
they can't maintain, it can stay there?
Which one are you talking about?
The ones that are not in the variance request. Everything that's not in the 3 pieces can maintain, or they cannot be maintained, and they can stay there. So they just rot away over time if they're not removed.
Well, if they're in violation of our setback, why isn't there a variance being asked for them to stay there?
You would have to ask the applicants, Ken.
Well, it was probably a little bit of an oversight on my part, but I can tell you that the shed that's on 4 is, like, if we have a condition or something that says they can't be further maintained, we are totally comfortable with that.
That's the ordinance, isn't it? It's not a condition, it's the ordinance.
Or if if we don't get a variance on it and it can stay there and it won't affect the plat, then we're comfortable with that. The gazebo was shown on, it wasn't bolded out in the plat, but the gazebo is shown on lot 3. And then the chapel, I actually think that people on the lake might be sad the chapel goes away. So we kind of want to be able to keep it, and just if it deteriorates over time, and I guess it does, but I'm not gonna get hung up on any of those 3 issues if there's a major preference one way or another.
My point is, they're non-conforming structures, and that if we're dealing with all the non-conforming structures, they should be asked for a variance and we should be deciding, or if there's a nexus to one of the other things, we could do.
That's why I just feel we ought to start with a clean slate and just deny all of what they're asking for. Then we can start fresh. These are brand-new lots with a new use.
That's the cleanest.
Yeah, okay. The only exception I might make to that is that small little corner of that one deck could
Okay.
stay there.
But you're starting a brand-new lot out with the variance then. But that's okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of in your ballpark, but I'm trying to sort through some of this stuff.
So Tim, this is Larry, help me understand. So you're saying approve the plat, but then as they're sold and people want to do things with them, they will be dealt with at that time?
What we're just looking at, in my opinion, is these 3 requests. They're not requesting the rest, they're just being silent about this. So what I'm saying is just deny it and start fresh with brand-new lots. You know, you're changing it from a Bible camp to now all of a sudden, people that get to build their $1 million homes on it with a guest house. And they're gonna come back and say, we want a variance for this or variance for that, and it's like, start out fresh, just make it.
And that's what I thought you were saying. I just
Yeah,
wanted to make
that's where
sure
I'm thinking.
that I understood it. Okay, very
But
good.
I understand if somebody wanted to, like Ken said, that's small, that deck. If somebody has something they wanna do for the, lot 2 on that one with conditions and no future expansion or whatever, but it looks like, a lot of this stuff is just being ignored, not talked about. That's the people that are requesting the variance left it that way. They left it that way on purpose.
Can I comment?
Yes.
There was no intent to leave anything out of this. Eric and I have worked extensively on this for 6 months or more. If we're talking about the three, sort of, the chapel and the gazebo and that really broken down shed on lot 4, if we're talking about that was left out intentionally, that wasn't the intent.
Well,
And
they were there and everything else is there and kind of spoken for, and it's just like, we're not gonna talk about that. That's why I'm just reading what was given to us.
yeah,
That's the way I feel, so.
you know, again, I don't know structurally if a condition can be placed that they are removed, because we are okay to just remove them.
Well, I do agree that they should have been, if anything was non-conforming, they all should have been addressed, not just a few of the items. The main items, I understand, they are the larger, bigger pieces of the puzzle here. But anyhow, so with the three that we have in front of us, are we ready to move forward and decide which route we're going to go? If we're going to retain anything on as far as the deck on lot 6, or they can, you know, if it's, you know, for me, the deck on lot 6, I'm in favor of retaining it until it needs to be rebuilt, and then it must be all built to meet setback, because it can go around the property, around the structure. And number on lot 4, I'm not in favor of retaining any of the building in the bluff.
At Fort Lund.
Correct.
I am not in favor, yeah.
Okay. And on lot 2, with the new information provided on those 3 other accessory structures, even though they meet setback, having plumbing and showers and bathrooms, I have a little bit different outlook now on Jacob's cabin. For retaining it there, I think with 2.47 acres, it can meet setback or just be denied. There's a lot of options on that property.
You said you'd be in favor of keeping?
I was in favor of keeping it, but now having more information on these buildings, I think it can just be moved.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was starting today when I was asking those questions. I was kind of in favor of leaving Jacob's cabin there. It is 65, 66 feet back. It's relatively new, and it was at least partially approved with a variance to expand back here, what, maybe 10 years ago or whatever it may be, I don't remember. But only on the condition that those other 3 structures, we found some way to absolutely make sure that they are not livable structures. Okay, so I don't know how we go from there. I guess that's saying that I was willing to leave Jacob's thing there, get rid of the chapel, get rid of the gazebo, get rid of Fort Lund cabin, and be okay with the deck on 6. That's where I was coming from. And then when we get to doing the Plat application, we could address how we might handle these other structures when we approve the Plat or recommend approval for the Plat.
And how does anybody else feel?
I think lot 2 is probably the best lot in the thing is, somebody gonna buy that, they're gonna tear everything down and build a big house. They're not gonna monkey around with this old stuff. That's my opinion. You guys are realtors, you know. I've seen it before.
Yeah,
you-
it's hard to say.
Yeah, you don't know, but yeah, I mean, that's the best looking lot in the whole bunch. But
So what are your feelings on retaining that Jacobs?
I would say it should be removed. I would. And the one on 4 also.
And what are your feelings on the deck?
The deck, it didn't look like it was in that great a shape, but it could stay and with the condition, yeah, like you said, if it has to be redone. And again, we don't know what's gonna happen on that lot. That's not a bad lot. I mean, somebody's gonna buy that, maybe they'll tear that down too.
Well, it's unfortunate that the use has discontinued, but it is what it is. So the property owners need to move forward and do the best they can do to sell the property. And they mentioned that it's been for sale for several years and no takers. So this is, going to be the best way to, divide up this acreage and start getting these lots suitable. We just have to do our best to keep it clean on the, within the setbacks and such, and move forward. As public comment has even said, it's unfortunate, but we have to go with change, and it lost its use. It no longer has its use. And there's plenty of man-hours have been utilized to try to come up with some type of lot sizes to create and to retain some of the structures.
And we get a lot of setback back if this all takes.
Yep.
I don't know if that's gonna bother you. If the cabin on 2 disappears, I don't think that's gonna change that property much.
I don't think so either.
Can I comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Did you consider when you platted Lot 1 and 2, why didn't you include that one structure in Lot 1? Draw your property line to include that in 1, and then 2 would have Jacobs and the other 2 structures.
So lot 1 also has the land north of Outlot A, which is the road. So lot 1 is actually almost 4 acres. So we didn't feel like lot 1 needed to add any more acreage. And then to answer your question on the Jacobs cabin on lot 2, if we have to remove that cabin, it's gonna be we may not end up coming to an agreement with the camp, because that's a year-round structure that I don't know if we can overcome that with the camp, so.
Me personally, I would be, I think, accepting of keeping Jacobs if I had confidence that those other 3 structures would never become, or maybe 1 at the most, would never be inhabitable. Because then when you look across all of these things, there's a primary and a secondary one, even though it's oversized for a guest cabin, that might require some variance. But the fact that those 3 are there, what I can see is someone will tear 1 or 2 of those down, build a big house, and then they will want to make Jacobs into a guest cabin. I realize that's thinking possible downsides. I don't know. I guess I'm just thinking out loud on that. Eric, guest cabins, 700 square feet. All of these 1,100 and some size structures, they would require variances to be able to be guest cabins, right?
Or the ordinance allows a guest cottage to be co-located within a structure with another use, so you could make a portion of that up to 700 square feet as a guest cottage, and the balance of one of those structures put to some other accessory use. And that could be done with a permit.
What would you put, what do you put in there? That other
Recreation?
Whatever they,
recreational stuff? Or you
It
just
could be
store stuff that would normally be in the 700-foot cabin and, but you're saying that those 1,100 some square foot structures could, one of them, or on each property, could become a guest cabin if in fact they walled off 400 square feet and made it storage, but not part of the living thing. Okay.
Jeremy, do you know what the square footage is of Jacob's cabin?
It was in the variance in 2010, and it is in
Seven
there,
square
so
footage.
it,
922.
922,
Okay.
thank you.
I've read that someplace where I calculated, I don't remember. Well, how I translate that then is if, I don't know if I can do this. If we took lot 1, it's okay. Lot 2, if we approve Jacob's cabin, because it's permanent, winterized, all that, and that 2 of those 3 other structures are completely gutted of any living arrangement, I can't do that, you said, or I could, as a condition.
You said unless it has a nexus. What you could do, Ken, for sure, is say that this Jacobs could never be further expanded.
Yeah, that was
That's
my
one thing
second
for
step
sure.
in this thing.
Mhm.
If we took one of those and allow one of these to remain as it is, 2 of these have to be completely gutted, and then there would be a condition that neither of those 2 could be expanded.
But you can't make a condition that it can't be requested for a variance to make it a guest cabin number on lot 2, Jacobs.
Well,
You
the
can't-
fact,
you
the
can't
fact that
stop
neither,
it.
the fact that neither one can be expanded,
It's 922 now.
yeah,
And it need to be 700 for a guest cabin.
yeah, so if
So
you,
if I built my $1 million house, I'd come back and say, I'll just reduce that 900
No.
down to 700, and now I'm too
no,
close to the lake.
because you would think that if it was this board, we would deny that it could be, remained as a guest cabin if they build a big new primary place. That's the safety valve you have, that will never allow that to be a guest cabin. Okay? Because you wouldn't, well,
I think the cleanest route's going to be remove it, because we wouldn't want to tell, you would want someone to build a reasonable sized residence on the lot. And we don't want to restrict that.
yes. You think that's what somebody would want to do, right, long-term, because of the size.
But we're going to have to move along. It's 9:27. We still have the plat.
Well, I'm logging in on the fact that I would be willing to let Jacob's cabins be there if 2 of those 3 other structures were completely gutted. Okay? 3, the gazebo goes. 4, Fort Lund goes. and the deck on 6 would be okay. That's where I come out on this. It's driven by what Eric is saying, that one of those could be in fact a guest cabin. And I would put the condition on 2 that with Jacobs and one of those, that neither one of them could be expanded in the future. Doesn't mean they can't tear it down and build a big house, but then you don't need a guest cabin. Anyway, that's where I'm at.
Anyone prepared to make a motion? Depending on the outcome of the motion, I just want to put out a reminder that if you have any approved variances, then you need to place a condition that the approval of the requested variances are only valid if the accompanying plat application receives final plat approval and is recorded. On anything that you're approving, we should place that condition.
Oh, that would be a condition if we.
If you
I
approve
made a
anything.
promotion for these things that I just said.
Yep.
We would add the condition
Correct.
that those variances are only valid if the plat is approved.
Is the final plat is approved and recorded, correct. The only thing I'm really in favor of retaining is the deck.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What, Tim?
I'm thinking only the deck too, and that's what I have down for findings and.
And the rest, and the other things all have to be removed
Well, the request.
that were requested.
Just the variance would be denied on the other two.
What are other colleagues?
I would go along with that as well, not that we're requiring them be taken down, but that they be dealt with once the lot is purchased and we get the plans of the new owner. Or by denying it, are we saying they have to be torn down?
No,
Okay,
we're just our denying is just so they can retain them as they are.
right, okay.
The Jacobs cabin only has a holding tank right now, right?
Yeah, Jacob's cabin only has a holding tank, but it does have the compliant mound on the lot that would probably get configured and used because it is a compliant, nice mound system.
Tim, if it's even simpler to not even approve that little bit of the deck, that, just to keep it simple, that's probably the easiest.
Yeah, because in my findings, the way I see it is, it's all new lots and everything is, non-conforming. I'm not in favor of it.
I agree. I mean, I want to see the lots created, but to be conforming, and as much as possible.
Yeah.
What's your sense of what you'd like to see, Ronnie?
Deny it all. The variances,
The 3 variances,
correct.
including the deck.
It'd be the easiest.
The what?
It would be the cleanest and easiest route.
Yeah.
This is Tim. I'll make a motion to deny application 69-V-25. Is the variance in, the findings, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of official controls? No, and the reason I say that is because these are brand-new lots being created, a different use from a Bible camp to individual lots that should follow the ordinance. Number two is a property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by official. No, it's not reasonable because these requests are inside the setback. Number three is the need for the variance due to circumstances unique to the property and not created by the current prior property owners. Yes. It was a Bible camp and now it's changing to private lots.
Right. The non-conforming use has been discontinued.
Sure. And number four, will the issuance of the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? No, the whole locality, it's a big property, is, it's gonna be residential conforming lots when we deny this, so, and I'll adopt number 5.
Okay, we have a motion by Tim, creating findings of facts 1 through 4 and adopting number 5. Do I have a second?
This is Larry, I'll second.
Okay, and a second by Larry. Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Larry, how do you vote?
This is Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, now we're moving on to the preliminary plat, the planning commission part. We have no minutes to approve. And the new business is the preliminary plat application of the same property, Lake George, Courage Point, CDSA Friendship Ventures, Government Lot 5, northeast quarter of the northeast quarter, and part of the Government Lot 4, Section 15, Township 143, Range 34, Lake George Township on Lake George, a recreational development lake. Parcel 17.15.03011, 17.15.03021, 17.15.03081. The applicant is requesting to plat 96.48 acres into 17 lots. Okay, once again, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeremy Donabauer, 80 Point Drive, Waconia, Minnesota, 55387.
Okay, and Mr. Swanson?
Kenny Swanson, 5237 Lower 10 Mile Lake Road, Hackensack.
Okay. This may just change any of your plat.
It
Want to go ahead and,
certainly changes things. I think I would still like to look for a plat approval with the conditions of removing everything that's required in order to make it conforming to the ordinance. So in other words, that would be removing Jacobs and everything else that was discussed. It will at least give us a chance to talk to the camp and see if there's any practicality of moving forward on this, which, you know, that's between us.
okay, do you want to go ahead and explain your proposal here for the plat, for the preliminary plat, please?
Sure, yeah, the proposal for the plat is to create 17 lots. The off-water parcels are are all nearly 5 acres. I just want to point out from earlier comments that the off-water parcels do not have access. They will not have access. I can't say what the future holds with 20, 30 years down the road and ordinances and whatnot, but the ordinance does not allow for access lots, so. We've got 2,117 feet of frontage. We are averaging 235 feet of frontage per lot over 9 lake lots. 150-foot minimums. If we remove all the non-conforming structures, we meet and exceed all the plat requirement, or the requirements for lot sizes, septic sites, setbacks, et cetera. A couple other conditions that were pointed out. There's 2 septic tanks. One is on the 4-5 line. That would have to be abandoned. And then there's a septic tank on the 2-3 line near the Big Mountain system that would have to be abandoned as well. Additionally, there's a portion of lot 1 is in abstract property, and the remainder of this parcel is in Torrens. And the ordinance does not allow for us to plat both. We're going through the Torrens process right now and hope to have that done in order to move forward.
You have a date kind of in mind?
We're shooting for the March 30th submittal.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment. I know we had public comment on the variance application that addressed the roads and such, but if anybody would like to speak again, now would be your time. You can direct your questions to the board, but not the applicants. Correct, sir. But you can ask the questions to the board, and then if we so need to get information on them, we could ask them. Correct.
I can't ask you, but you could.
Exactly, yes, sir. So if you'd like to give public comment, now would be your time.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Peterson, 36907 New Milan Drive. I was wondering if it was going to be an association involved with this,
Okay.
and if the association has certain covenants and what those covenants would be. Also, one of the main attractions to the property is some of those trees are 250, 300 years old. Is there anything that, certain things can't be touched? And maybe it's just me, but I don't see where the Dubner house, what lot is the Dubner house on?
Okay, all right.
Can we get that?
Is that the large house that we saw? I think it was on.
Is it on lot 1?
Lot 1?
Well, we can definitely address that and locate it for you.
The road where you come in, is that where it is? Because that's not been identified in the past.
I don't see it.
That's the dining hall there. Your house should be right around here.
Just south, a little bit south, a little bit south. Yep, right there. I believe that's what is considered the Dubner house.
Okay,
Doesn't look big enough to be the Dubner house, so.
anything else, Mr. Peterson?
No, that was mainly, it was the covenants and how if there's gonna be covenants and.
And the association. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? I won't make you sign again, but I'll just make you verbalize it.
What's that?
I won't make you sign again, I'll just make you state your name and address for the record.
Cal Johansson, 38179 US 71, Lake George. I just think, sitting here listening, and I don't remember enough about how this process all works, but the platting is where you get rid of the buildings that are non-conforming, to my way of thinking. And if you approve the plat, you can approve the plat with those buildings being removed out of the impact zone, I believe. I don't know. Is that iffy? But you're starting new with property that's been something totally different. I agree with what Tim said. It's not like you're splitting up an old resort that's got livable cabins on it. These weren't designed for living quarters other than bunkhouses, the way Courage operated it. So that's just my thoughts on it. I think now's the time to get it figured out and start from day one with a clean slate.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Okay, I will close public comment. Jeremy or Kenny, whichever you'd like. You did mention some association information during lot view, so if you would like to address that comment at this time, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, I'll address just a couple quick ones. We also have a example of what we think the covenants will be out there. I think we submitted that with the plat. The association, there will be an association, but it'll only be for lots 1 through 7 and lot 12, and that association would take care of the road. There are no other associations or, common area or buildings or anything like that. As far as the trees, we realize there's some really amazing old beautiful trees out there, and our intent is to not cut anything down. I mean, we intend to just try to sell these properties as they sit. We don't have any plans of bulldozers and scraping things away and whatnot, so.
This is Larry. One of the other concerns were how many docks were gonna be put in. As I see this, it's through lot 8 has lake access, 1 through 8. So that would mean the other 9 lots would not have lake access?
Yeah, lot 9.
I'm sorry, yep, through lake.
Yeah, lot 9 is a very challenging lot, and it's basically gonna be a nice view of the wetland and
Okay.
a boardwalk request or something someday possibly. I
mean, it would be entitled to have a dock if in fact you could build on it,
Right.
but it's not likely that's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, the building area on lot 9 it's actually, there's quite a bit of buildable area there, but it is 24 acres and it's about 340 feet across the wetland with a little bit of high ground right by the lake on the ice ridge and a little bit of high ground halfway down that.
Okay, so the balance of the lots, though, do not have lake access built in. Okay, very good.
And have those septic tanks already been abandoned? There's some mention here in the staff report.
Yeah, so there's 2 tanks that we haven't abandoned yet because we didn't know the outcome of this intentionally, because if we abandon them, they're compliant tanks right now.
Okay.
So we did layer them with about 2 feet of straw in hopes of potentially doing something in a decent timeline, but
You got about 5 wells on the property here that I see? Are they all deep well?
as far as we know, they're all deep wells. That's what the septic guys called them.
Okay.
There's one on lot 2, there's one on lot 4, there's one on lot 12, there's one on lot 7. Those are the ones that I know of.
And then 1-on-1.
Yeah, we looked for that. There is a hydrant there but we could not find the well. We looked and looked and looked, and we just could not find it. It could be, we're not sure.
That is a house there, right by that one, right?
Yeah, ironically, they call that the health house, and it's, that's a structure that is in pretty bad disrepair.
Oh.
There's a shed there that's in good shape yet, though.
Eric, this is Larry. Is there any issue with having 6 lots on this other road within a quarter mile?
It's a good question, but that provision only applies to administrative subdivisions.
Okay, very good. That answers my question.
Okay, Eric, I got a question. If we were to approve this preliminary plat, send it to the commissioners, and it got approved, and then I show up and I buy lot 2. Jacob's house is gone. Do I need a variance to, let's say, occupy 2 of those structures? One is a guest cabin and one is the home. Would I have to on that? Or if I bought lot 5, would I have to get a variance to use the second structure as a guest cabin? Let's say lot 5. I bought lot 5. The primary residence is the one down, close to the lake there, about 80 feet or whatever. And then I've got this other cabin back here. If I occupied that as a guest cabin, would I need a variance right away, or what happens? Or do I get served
If you get a permit for it to be a guest cottage and you make the guest cottage space 700 square feet or less within it and the rest of the space some other accessory use, then you'd be okay.
So if I'm the real estate person and I'm selling him 5, I have to tell him that if he's gonna occupy that second building, he will have to come and get a
Yeah.
permit and a variance from you to occupy it,
Just a permit.
just a permit.
Yep. And I've talked with Jeremy
Well,
about that.
through that
quite a
permit,
bit.
you would instruct him that he had to do alterations so that there was only 700 square feet of thing, but that would be through it. But that's what I would have to do then. I don't have to specify that in the plat application or in the plat. But somebody will have to tell me that when I buy it. We don't have to specify that in any way in the plat application.
It's buyer beware, but Mr. Donabauer has indicated they plan to inform people of what the various lots, limitations would be.
Okay. So at this point, based on the staff report, if we were to make a motion to approve this plat application with recommendation for approval to the commissioners, there's only 2 conditions that we put on, and that is that one abstract portion has to be converted to Torrens, and the second is that those 2 septic systems, the one between 2 and 3 and the one between 4 and 5, will have to be disabled. Those are the only 2 conditions you see, because the write-up basically says, otherwise, it meets all the requirements for a plat per our county ordinances,
Yes.
okay? Well, a third condition would be that in order for the plat to be approved, that all of those structures that they ask for variances would have to be removed, right? Would that go in as one of the conditions for the plat?
I would want to consult with our attorney before commenting on whether that would be a condition that you could place on it. I have my doubts, but
So there's a possibility that when the commissioners review it, that could come up as, have to figure out how we condition the fact that those nonconformances are taken care of.
This is Veronica speaking. Since the variances may not have went in the direction that you were expecting or desiring, do you want more time to revise this plat application? To cover some of these structures that didn't get approval on that variance?
Well, I got a pretty good sense for the planning commission for what the desire is of the non-conforming structures within the setback, so I don't know what a tabling or a,
More time would need to
what would
revising it?
what would we revise that would satisfy the sentiment of the planning commission?
So then, Eric, at this time, as Ken was asking, then if we were to make recommendation to approve the preliminary plat application as presented, at what point in time are they going to address these non-conforming structures?
no, the county board would have that ability, so,
And so we don't have to,
I mean,
are they going to,
whether they will choose to, I
right, right,
can't say, but
exactly.
I can look into, you could either table it if you wanna know whether you could make that condition a part of your recommendation, or so push it out till
Put it on to them.
February,
And they can always kick it back to us.
find that information out, and then you could act on it in February, or you could choose to recommend it without knowing that, with encouragement to the county board that they, see whether they legally can address that as a condition, and if so, that you'd recommend that it be a condition.
What do you want?
It's where, you could ask your
Yep, that's what I was getting ready to
representative from
say.
the board, what
Okay.
he thinks the board would think.
So have you got a timeline here that you want to try to meet or something? Okay. And we would be able to go table it and or extend it or something like that. I guess what I'm thinking, I'll think out loud. If I was in your shoes, would I want time? I would want time to look at this again and think, okay, we did all this because we were hoping that this was gonna work. But now if these buildings have to be gone, can we configure it in some other way that we could change this and maybe make it better or not? That's my personally, what I would be thinking. But I could also understand though, you've got time and money already put into it. It is January, so it's not like you're gonna start building next month or doing other types of work next month. So like I say,
Yeah, the constraints a little bit are, and pretty unique to Hubbard County, is that we have to reapply to get a final plat to the planning commission instead of going directly to the board. So if everything goes good, we get a final plat on the agenda for the April meeting. That means, a county commissioner meeting in the middle of May, and then a closing that we have set up at the end of May right now. So that, that's a little bit of the time constraint. The only thing that I could see that would change us for the better, but I think we're gonna be impacted a little bit by the outlot A, but I think we could actually get one more lot in there on the lot 2-3 area, possibly. But we were working around buildings, that's why we made lot 2 nice and big. But, I just don't see Fort Lund is one thing, but to get rid of Jacobs is another, and now it's just gonna be a negotiation between us and the camp. That's really all it boils down to.
So today you would like to have the plot, the Planning Commission Board of Adjustment to move forward, if that's their choice.
I would like to see a decision, yes.
Okay. I hope that helped the board.
What's coming to you?
What he wants to proceed with the application.
He wants to take the chances and just push it to the commissioners, and so that he can get onto the,
You wanna make the recommendation, you wanna do that
sure, I can do that. We don't have any changes to the thing, so.
with those conditions.
Do you have them written? Oh, these two? You said 3? What was number 3?
Two conditions.
Just the 2? Okay. Okay, are we all on board then with that? Let the commissioners move forward with it and go from there, yes?
I think it looks
Okay,
good.
all right, then, this is Veronica. I make a motion that we recommend approval to the county board for the preliminary plat application. On Lake George Courage Point, CDSA Friendship Ventures, with the condition 1, that the Torrens registration process must be completed and parcel 17.15.03021 must be registered as Torrens property before the final plat application can be submitted. And then the other one was the septic information. Said the 2 septic tanks mentioned above that we have on lot, I believe on lots 2 and 3, need to be abandoned before the final plat application can be submitted. And then there's.
4 and 5.
Yep, and the existing septic tank on the proposed boundary lines between lots 4 and 5 by the 2 structures located within the 100-foot ordinary high watermark setback will need to be abandoned also before the final plat application can be submitted. Did I miss anything? Good? Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and a second by Ken. So Timothy, how do you vote?
This is Tim, I vote aye.
Ken, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
Larry, I vote aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And this is Veronica, I vote aye. Next step.
I gotta see this whole stack now.
Okay, next item on the agenda. Moving forward. Miscellaneous. Any miscellaneous?
No, communications would be, next month, we have two variances.
Okay,
To what?
2 variance
Two
applications.
variances on next month's agenda. That's it.
All right, anyone would like to make a motion to adjourn?
This is Larry, I so move.
Okay,
Tim, I'll second it.
all right, we have a motion by Larry to adjourn, second by Tim. Ken, how do you vote? Say aye.
Aye.
Tim, how do you vote?
I vote aye. This is Tim, I vote aye.
Larry, how do you vote?
This is Larry, I vote aye.
And Mike, how do you vote?
Mike, I vote aye.
And Veronica, I vote aye. Meeting adjourned.